So, for this afternoon, we have, first we're going to start off with C. Marie again. And I'm going to forego the longer introduction. But, and then after C. Marie does her presentation, we'll take a little break, stretch our legs, and then we'll come back for Jennifer, and then for the other things that happened later on this afternoon. I think that's the plan. So I think that without any further introduction, here is C. Marie.
If I use my in-the-room voice, you're all good? Thank you. That'll save me a little bit. If I start to get in my own mouth, you'll let me know. Are you sick of me yet? No. Okay. Checking. Do you have a handout? Yes. My friend Jericho Brown loves to remind and taught me that we should always bring gifts when we come to teach, and sometimes that gift just means a handout of poems. So there are plenty in here for you. We're going to go through a 2-hour workshop in an hour. Hang on, okay? And because we talked about joy earlier, we're going to practice some of that joy in creating a poem and doing something just very fun. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
I know y'all don't. Does everybody have to hang out?
Yes. Does anybody need one?
Great. I know you all don't get a lot of snow here. And so it's not to y'all what it is to me, but I think about it a lot, 9 months out of the year. It generally is much more beautiful than this, but this is what we're going to use for it. And when I was, as I told you, with salmon weather, it had a lot to do with snow and what snow meant. And I thought, and you heard that in a poem, I have no idea how a snowflake forms. I had no clue. And so I decided to research it, and was fascinated with how a snowflake forms, and the fact that each one is individual. I mean, they all start out the same, right? You see in a pattern here. Everything starts out the same, but then they, because of their environment, become very individual, not unlike poems, and then they land together, and not unlike poems in their weight, in their collection, their community, they become quite powerful. Avalanches, we're under 5.5 feet of snow right now. Our average by April will be 7 feet on the ground. It'll be there. So we tunnel. A lot of what we do is tunnel, and we snowshoe and we ski a lot. I just snowshoed into a cabin in the wilderness for a few days and out, and that's the only way back there, except for snowmobiles, which we won't talk about. We'll pretend they don't exist. But snow is a big part of my life, so I researched it. And also this last year, Nicole Brown and John Hausdorfer and others from the Center for Humans and Humanity, I think, came out with a collection called Elementals. It's a collection of books that focus on all these different elements. And they asked me to write about an element, and I wrote about the human element, which sometimes we want to forget about, but what it means to be this witness, the celebrator, which is what we're doing right now, of nature. And I'm going to add this little bit in, just because I think you need to hear it. We belong here, despite what's been said about the planet would be better off without us. The planet wouldn't be better off without us. It would be so lonely. It would be so lonely because it loves your songs. It loves when you go out and you praise a tree. Our job is not like the ants or the mushrooms or the trees themselves. Our job is to celebrate this. That's our job. That was our one job. And we have it up. We now celebrate this. More time is spent looking at this for information that is absolutely irrelevant to our lives. Absolutely irrelevant to our lives and what's happening outside, which has so much more to tell us about how long we're going to live on this planet. Okay, that's it, that part. So I got to thinking about these snowflakes and how they form, and then I thought, is there some way in there that I could also talk about poetry and have fun with how a poem starts and come up with this way of writing a poem that would not only teach how a snowflake is formed, but teach maybe how we can form a poem and what those different parts of a poem are. So for those of you who have studied and know poetry inside and out, this may feel just below. It just may feel like so basic. But I think that in basicness is where we always have to begin, in that beginner's mind over and over again, to remind us what the poem is and how simple it is to be so complex and beautiful. Which brings me to Mary Oliver. For a long time, I did not like Mary Oliver. There were things I did not like about Mary Oliver. And one of them was that she ate turtle eggs. Another one was that I often thought that she was doing something different with her poetry than made me feel included in it. And so as I do when I've decided not to like someone, I read all their work, everything they've ever written. Because if I'm not going to like it, it's going to be based on like some knowledge, some fact. You know what I found out? She is friggin' brilliant, because those simple poems are very hard to write. They're very hard to write, and that's her brilliance. Now I might still like have a little bit of a hang up with her point of view, or where she comes from, or the culture that created her. But I will never doubt the power of her poetry, which in its simplicity lies the brilliance that had to have taken, and if you read her, which I love to do, from her very first poems to the very last, you see that brilliance growing and growing, and that ability to refine what she has done to make these perfect poems. So, also an important lesson on, you may not appreciate the creator, but you can appreciate the creation, right? That gets tricky sometimes in a cancel culture like we currently have, but I beg you to try. So let's look at one of her poems, shall we? And it's on the first page. And Francis, I numbered the pages. Francis has had my handouts before. He's like, what page are we on? The page numbers are there. So page 1, First Snow, by Mary Oliver, is the poem I'd like to talk about. We're talking about this snowflake model today. Does someone who has a nice, loud, clear reading voice want to read this to us?
I can.
Thank you so much.
I'll stand up in my hobbit stature. First snow. The snow began here this morning and all day continued. Its white rhetoric everywhere, calling us back to why, how, whence such beauty and what the meaning, such an oracular fever, flowing past windows, an energy it seemed would never ebb, never settle, less than lovely. And only now, deep into night, it has finally ended. The silence is immense, and the heavens still hold a million candles, nowhere the familiar things, stars, the moon, the darkness we expect and nightly turn from. Trees glitter like castles of ribbons. The broad fields smolder with light. A passing creek bed lies heaped with shining hills. And though the questions that have assailed us all day remain, not a single answer has been found. Walking out now into the silence and the light under the trees and through the fields feels like one.
Thank you. When you hear this poem and when you've read it along with Juniper's reading, and I'm not going to ask you, and I don't want you to tell me what the poem is about. Poems aren't about things. But what is the poem informing you of? What do you sense in here? Maybe we could even start with the conceit. Are you all familiar with what a poem's conceit is?
I think it's white rhetoric everywhere, maybe? Something? Is that like her thesis statement almost?
Kind of, yeah, sure. It's pulling that out, absolutely. And there's no right answer to this. We approach poems and we'll take out of them, as was said earlier today, the person that we bring into a poem comes out with something different. What other messages is this poem giving you?
It's kind of like there's nothingness and everythingness.
Mm-hmm.
Nowhere the familiar thing, not a single answer has been found. So there's this nothingness, but then there's everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's so important to remember that we, as poets who all know this, you labor over the title. We labor over the title and then sometimes it's totally forgotten. Like, oh, what does first snow mean as a title?
One of the first words that came to mind for me was cycles.
Cycles. Mm-hmm. Yeah, moves through those cycles. What about unification? Is there something about like how everything becomes, and I think this is something you were talking about, Francis, it just becomes both the thing and not the thing. Because snow does this amazing thing where it covers everything up and transforms it and becomes nothing, but it's still everything. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's so complex, it's juxtaposing those two things. If you had to guess what Mary Oliver's impetus for this poem was, what would you guess it was? Like you can all think of for me in the poem I shared about the eagle, it was that email that my partner got that now I'm on to the 5 things. He has to now type in 5 things he did at work that justify his work every week. But that one was the fork in the road. And that's just like, what does that mean to me? I need to investigate that with a poem. What does a fork in the road mean? How do you send that email out? And what does that mean to us? And what does that mean in general? So when you think of First Snow by Mary Oliver, what might have been the impetus for the poem? Yeah.
I think she's calling us back to beauty, like she says there. In about those 6, 7, 8. Is this first snow called her back to beauty? She's calling us back to that same.
Just want to return to the seeing beauty.
I was thinking about hunger, whether it's hunger for physical hunger or hunger for knowledge or some other completion.
Yeah, and something about my friend Pam Houston calls them glitterings.
Mm-hmm.
Something about that glittered within her, and that glittering caught her attention, and she wanted to go further in the beauty. I'm going to do another interjection here too to remind us that there's this wonderful documentary about this person who goes to see the albatross who are eating all the plastic, right? And goes there to research them and cuts them open and sees all the plastic and is writing a book about it and making a documentary. Look at the plastic, look what we have done, all this plastic. And after 5 years of doing it, went, oh my God, I've stopped seeing the albatross.
Mm-hmm.
Because I live in a culture that says, look at the bad and forget the beauty. Look at what it's done and forget how beautiful it can be, the sacred and the profane. Right? That marriage of the two, how they can't be separated. Okay. So Mary's sitting there in her home and that first snow comes and there's something about the beauty and there's something about how it unifies everything, it covers everything up, but that everything is still there. And then she wants to come up with a way to try to convey that to us, to give us that same feeling of nuanced complexity. Those might be the same words, but what that feels like. To know that it's all still there, but it's all been covered up. And she does that using the craft and tools of poetry. What are some of those tools of poetry that we use every day in order to take something from inside of me that is both emotion and image and built on language and put it inside of you? How do I do that? What are those tools that we use? You all know these. Come up with a few for me. I'll start with an easy one that we were graced with earlier, but they've been very quiet today. How about music, meter, song? What are some of the other tools that we use?
Silence.
Mm-hmm.
Simile and metaphor. Simile and metaphor.
And you can look at the poem, look at what tools she's using as well.
Line breaks.
Yeah, the line is so important. What else do we call that for the students in the class? Yeah. Where students are always like, I don't need to speak that MFA language. And I'm like, it's not MFA language, that's actually poetry language. Do you? And they're like, I don't want you to leave this room and not know what that means. You might not know if the spelling's right, but you'll have an idea of what it means. How will we enjam the line? What else? Something that, yeah.
This goes with line breaks, I guess, but just the visual feel of the poem and how so much white space is created around the words.
Right. Right, we could call that the form, but I love, you call it the visual feel. Oh, perfect. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Something that Oliver does that I love in poems is when poems ask me questions. And I cannot tell you, it might have been Bob Wrigley, I'm not sure, who said that if you ask, or it might be Richard Hugo, if you ask a question in a poem, you better not answer it. Interesting to think about, right? So we can do that. The opposite of that is a declarative. Just make a statement. Just a statement, which is hard. It's a hard thing to do because you're going to have to stand behind whatever that is, that declarative. So we have these tools that we'll use within a poem that Oliver's using in the poem, that we do to deliver that poem in a way that we want it to carry all of the emotion, all of the meaning that it has inside of us into the next person. It's so wild because we're trying to transfer like spirit, and we're trying to do it on the wings of words and with the body of music, and often also with brevity. Although again, there are some fine long poems in the world, but brevity is also one of those tools of poetry. So when a snowflake starts, it's a dust particle, which I mentioned earlier. It's pretty rad to think about because it seems to be the opposite of what it becomes or attracts. So earth and water collide. And that dust particle attracts a droplet of water. And it's way up in the atmosphere, so then that droplet of water freezes to the dust particle and starts collecting other droplets of water. And pretty soon these arms start to radiate out, and they have a name. We'll just call them the arms. And as they form, and it's always six-sided, and I don't know why it's six-sided. So if someone knows why it has to be six-sided in the atmosphere, you can just, my life will be able to hang on that piece of information. But I know there's some reason. But it is six-sided, and we could metaphorically think of that in amazing ways. But the six sides form, and as it drops through the atmosphere, depending on what's happening in the atmosphere, the snowflake changes. And it might get very feathery arms, or it might get small. It might become the powder that people in my town are like, it's a sick pow day, which I had no idea what that meant for the first 12 years of living there. Until I'm like, Caleb, what is sicky pow? Because I thought it was like coffee or something, and it turns out it means it's a good powder day. So if it's really cold, it's fine, it's fluffy. If it's warmer in the atmosphere, it can come down in clumps. If it's really warm, it starts to be grapple. You heard that word before, grapple. You can get corn snow, and it changes depending on the atmosphere it comes to, not unlike a poem. As the poem moves from this idea into the poem itself, it goes through an atmosphere that tells it how it's going to be to land, right? And we can think about atmospheres like the constraints of a poem. Are you with me still? Mm-hmm. See a lot of nodding heads. Good, good. The food helped. Okay, so let's just, and I know I'm moving fast, so please tell me if I need to slow down, but I want to make sure that we get through a couple of these. So let's try this with Oliver's poem. Remembering that these feathers that would come off can be some of the nuances, but that each of these arms is going to hold something of the poem, something of the craft of poetry, okay? And I think one of the most important to remember is, of course, image, which we'll see in here as well, and we can repeat throughout. So let's start with a simile or metaphor. Is there a simile or metaphor in, and let's just call this first snow. First snow happens, Mary sits down to write a poem. What's that image or metaphor that's in this poem that she uses to try to convey the feeling of that first snow? How do we know how to find the simile? What's the clue word? What are some of the similes that are in here?
Castles, she's got castles.
Like castles, anything else? Like glittering castles, is it?
Glitter-like castles.
Glitter-like castles. Okay. Any other similes or metaphors in there?
The central metaphor is rhetoric, and related to that, the oracular beaver. Oracle. Oracle.
Mm-hmm. I love that poem, that might not be the right spelling, from Margaret Atwood has really hung with me, that another visit to the Oracle, which is a lovely one to get lost in.
A million candles.
What's that?
A million candles is another metaphor.
And just something to look at in a poem right now. If you saw those two glitter-like castles, have y'all seen a castle? I have never been to, I don't think, an actual castle, but I've seen them, and they're usually stone, and they don't glitter. which I find fascinating for this, unless it's like a Barbie princess castle that has glitter. If we didn't know what this was about, and we saw a million candles and glitter like castles, maybe the latter, but is snow something you would think of? A million candles in snow? So another joy of poetry is juxtaposing two unlike things together to make them exactly important, exactly like what the poem means. So bringing a million candles into that is so interesting to me, that combination of heat and cold.
It seems to me that the line, it shifts to of ribbons, opens up a whole new image of these castles. And one that maybe suggests something about the snowflakes.
Yes, absolutely. And that happens towards, where is that in the poem?
2/3.
Like castles of ribbons, the broad fields smolder with light. And there's again that smolder is another reference to something burning, not necessarily snowing. Again, that asking us to hold more than one truth in our hand at the same time. Not necessarily what our culture asks us to have right and wrong, good or bad, black or white, two answers. But I think a successful poem holds multiple truths at once and lets us reckon with that, because that's real. That's real, right? That's real. It's like a nest holding multiple truths in there. I'm glad they're still with us. What about a question? Is there a question in Oliver's poem?
Wow, it's such a beauty.
There's many questions, and none of them get answered.
None of them get answered. Give me one of the questions.
And through the questions that have assailed us all day remain.
The questions that assailed us all day. Is there a declarative in there?
Not a single answer has been found.
Right. How about an image? Is there a visual image in there? Give me a good visual image.
Creek bed heaped with shining hills.
Taking things that belong in one place and putting them in another. It's unexpected, like the million candles in the stars, associated with heaven, but then it looks like she's talking about the snow, and when she talks about hills on creek beds, you don't assume that there will be hills there. So it's kind of mixing images.
And she gives the image of the snow itself blowing out the window. So you can see the snow when she says that, blowing past windows.
Yeah, that's a lovely image, yeah. I can't go further without talking about this for one moment. One of the many things that I learned about Mary Oliver in my whole summer of reading everything, including all of her essays, was something about intimacy and distance. Where do you feel when you read First Snow? Where do you feel you are as the reader? Where are you in relation to the speaker, to the poet? Are you at their shoulder? Are you within the poet? Are you standing a little bit away? Are you standing a ways away? Where is the poet keeping the reader in this poem? And this goes back to what you were pointing out. Are you, yeah, she's at arm's length. Much of Oliver's work keeps us, and that might be part of my like, hang up, if it were with Oliver. Again, brilliant poet, beautiful poet, I learned so much from her. But I'm always here from her. She's like, you're not getting too close to me. The speakers and the poems. How does she do that? In a myriad brilliant ways. And I've talked about, one of my favorite craft talks to give is about articles, a, an, and the, and how those articles can distance us from the thing. The difference being like if I say, bear is living under my deck, as opposed to the bear is living under my deck. Or if I say, the black community or black friends, we're talking about this, and Trump says, the blacks, right? Homogeny or community, closeness or distance. Where are we at as Native people? In most of our native languages, articles do not exist because there wasn't that separation. It wasn't a bear, it was bear. It's not a seamery, it's seamery. So quick dive into that. So that intimacy and distance is really important with a poem. And that's up to you as the poet to control. Where do I want the reader? Oliver, in this poem and many others like Wild Geese, wants you to be a little bit further away. You're not going to be right here. If we flip to the next page, which I hope we do at some point in time, and read Arctic Night, Lights Across the Sky, you are in bed with Linda Hogan in this poem. Most of Hogan's poetry invites you into the space of the poet, into the body of the poet. And it's a very interesting and important, I think, study, because we're going to feel different when a poet keeps us here. We as the reader listener are going to feel different than when a poet brings us in. And sometimes we need that distance. I was talking to Stephanie, I also wrote a land acknowledgement poem. And for certain groups, for Native people, it's right here, and for non-Native, it's here. And I wanted that. It's not for non-Native people, it's for Native people. And we have to watch our language very carefully so that we're not purposely holding people at bay, or if we need to make sure we have boundaries, we are giving them a little space. So Oliver is asking us to view this poem at a distance with her. Okay? That was a quick on that one. What about an auditory image? Where do we find an auditory image in here?
The
Silence.
is immense.
The silence is immense. Beautiful. Beautiful. And where do we find within here, we found the metaphor and the simile, we found a question, we found a declarative, we've got an image, we've got an auditory image. What else can we point to in this poem that is in the realm of craft that matters to this poem? And I'm going to get to form in a second, which is going to help us with line breaks. But what is the other thing that and I think that we heard about this last night, but about language and diction. What do we see here? I'm going to hold off on that because I want to show it to you in the form and what can happen there. Going back to music or silence, I'm going to add this meter. Because the year before Mary Oliver was Louise Gleck, and not because I felt anything but admiration for Louise, but because I wanted to read her from beginning to end. I wanted to see that arc. I've done it with Tess Gallagher's work. I'm currently doing it with Margaret Atwood's. I just want to feel the whole arc of someone's creative life because it teaches me and it also gives me permission to look back and go, ooh, I published that? And be okay with those monuments to the self. That's who I was then. And someone asked last night, how do you know when a poem is done and let it go? I just learned to ship them. To like, that's who I was when I wrote that poem, and to change that, I could write the same poem the rest of my life and it would be different for the rest of my life. Because hopefully I'm growing and changing and learning. My perception and ideas are changing. So I like to watch that arc happening throughout. And this with Mary Oliver is something that you see as well, with how her language started out very complex almost, and I wrote this in Atwood, and I felt so much better about my life. It was so poetry. You know, she started out using like a lot of adverbs, and it was very, very big topics. When we first started out in poetry, it's like, I'm gonna write about love. Okay. Very big topics, and she did that, and now she's down to these like, you know, she's just got these really tight ones. So, with Oliver and with diction, what do you notice about this poem? How many words in this poem are you not familiar with? That's one of the joys of reading Oliver's poems. It's also one of the joys of reading Bob Wrigley's poems, because in almost every poem he writes, he throws a word in there where you're like, what the hell does that mean? Like, I'm like, you have to read Wrigley with the dictionary. He doesn't do a lot of them. But he throws one in, because he's in love with language. He loves language, and he loves teaching it to other people. And that's his personality, too. He's just like, I'm going to throw this word in and make us think, because that's a Bob Wrigley poem. That's what makes it a Bob Wrigley poem. But in here, there's just not a lot of words or punctuation or anything that's less than simple, less than clean. Okay, so the diction, we're going to say, is simple. And you can see that in just the snow began here. And we can think of meter too. And this gets me back to Lee Black, who very rarely uses any sort of meter or even does soft rhyme. Is very, when it's there, it's faint. And that's the same with Oliver. When it's there, it's faint. She doesn't bring a lot of that to her poetry. You don't feel that cadence in it, or that rhyme, or that musicality, even though the words beautifully sound beautifully. She will often make you stop. She's not going to let you get away with a word. You're going to earn it. You're going to say it, which is part of her style, and also, again, the simplicity that blows the mind. So, Oliver starts out to first snow. Something about this first snow is making me think about how it's going to cover up all these complexities and make everything look one way. Which, if we wanted to, we could talk about white rhetoric. Whiteness is going to cover up everything else and make it look one way. I don't know that that was what Oliver was talking about, but it's something interesting to think about. Yes?
There's one item of diction in here which I found very un-Oliver-esque, and that's 2 exclamation points in the middle of the one. I've never seen her do that before. If you'd asked me if she'd ever done it, I would have said, no way.
Right.
So we might
You're right.
puzzle over why she chose to do that.
You're right, yeah, finding any of that, a semicolon in her work, an exclamation point is not Oliver-esque, not Elise. Yeah, it's surprising to see in here. Okay, I totally lost my train of thought. That's okay, we're gonna find a different train and get on it. So, yeah, menopause, first snow, all of these things she's bringing in there, and then she decides, I've got to carry it another step, right? When we think about our poems, we know that there has to be constraints. That's the beauty of poems. My students are like, oh God, I hate constraints. I just want to do free verse. And I'm like, free verse is actually a constraint. It is a form. So you're writing in form, even in the free verse. This poem, First Snow, doesn't appear to be in any sort of a handed down form. This isn't a sonnet. This doesn't have any formal structure that we recognize other than free verse. But what do we notice about it on the page? And I love this visual thing. What do we notice? So not only is she going to give the poem in words, but what other gift do we give as poets to the reader? What's the first clue when you open up a page in a poem as to what it might be about? What it looks like, the form that it takes. What does this look like?
Snowfall.
It's just falling down there, yeah, and if you turn it around, you might like, oh, the field. And you look at all the white space, you know, if it was printed on different paper, different, but look at all that. That white space. So the first clue when we're walking up to the poem, before we can even focus on the words, which without my contacts would be impossible from this distance, I can see that there's a sparseness to this. It's going to say left side justified, right ragged side, that leaves a lot of openness. What kind of feeling does that create in you? What feeling do you get? What feeling would you get if this whole page was full of text? Right, right, it'd feel heavy. There'd be some tension right from the beginning that this is going to be a lot. And we want to do that in certain cases. We want to do that, but this one, there had to be something else in there, that silence, that white space, that field. So one of the constraints that we can say, or the atmosphere that this fell through, was the form that it had to take. Oliver knew that if she wanted to pass the sense on to us of what this first snow felt like, that the form the poem's taking must also speak to that, must also speak to what's happening in that first snow. What about line breaks? The form starts to affect the line breaks. And what do you find in these short lines?
It's like reading snow. Sound doesn't carry very long.
There's some that come up as the snow. Began here. This morning and all day. It starts to, the sound starts to also imitate this idea of snow, the first snow, like the snow. If that would have been a long, rolling first line, how might that have changed? Or a long, rolling, very lyrical first line that maybe even had some soft rhyme in it. I'll tell you how the sun rose, a ribbon at a time, the steeple swam in amethyst, the news like squirrels ran. There's a song in that she doesn't give to this poem. Why? Do you think?
It makes it sound a little less sure, a little bit.
Destabilizes?
Yeah.
Maybe adds some tension? So that we know that it's, yeah.
Snow is a very stark thing to look at. It takes all the complexity of looking at all these objects, and suddenly it's simple. There's one form to having so few words you have to struggle. That's it. The snow.
Yeah, the snow. That's it. So we decided that this idea, and we're going to put short lines in here. Short. No rhyme, although there's some moments in there. So Mary sees this first snow. She thinks about all of these things. Wow, it glitters like castles, or a million candles. The creek bed is now heat. The bed is heat. There's almost juxtaposition in everything that she's done here. Not a single answer has been found, although there's thousands of snowflakes. And those are, in the end, the answer. If there's a million of the silence is immense, simple immensity. And the questions that assaulted us all day, which comes back to the answers, the questions of the snowflakes. When she puts this poem together, and I'm not saying that she did this, but we're gonna pretend, she decided the atmosphere that it needed to flow through in order for the poem to land and be the poem that she wants to give us, the gift she wants to give us, the feeling she wants to create her reader, means that the form is going to have to look a certain way on the paper. Simple, perhaps. Left side justified, coming down like a snowflake or like a few snowflakes. But in order to do that, there would be short to medium lines. There's not going to be rhyme because it's stark, it's exact. We're just going to put them out there. And in the end, come to this first snow poem she gives us. You go with me on that? It's a simple way of looking at it, but it's also fun because now we're going to do it. And we're going to do it with eagles instead of snowflakes, okay? Should we try it?
Yeah.
Good, because there's nothing more fun than writing a poem together. And when we finished Cascadia, Liz Bradfield and Derek Sheffield and I, we were just not ready to be done with it. That's how we spend our pandemic, is building Cascadia and putting that together. We read thousands of poems. We 2 to 3 hours we read poetry back and forth to one another. And we decided to do that cento. It's at the very beginning. It includes lines from all, because we just couldn't leave it alone. We're like, oh, one last thing. And that's what we did. So let's do this together. How are we doing on time? When you look at the eagles over there, what's an idea that comes up? What's something that you want to explore? What do they make you think of? For me, it was a lot of the symbol of the nation, and part of me just wanted to read poems back to what I felt was in America that wasn't hearing people like me or hearing my stories. So I felt like I'm going to read through this until they stopped being a symbol for the United States and just I allowed them to be just eagles, not just eagles, but justified eagles. What do you want to explore?
I was thinking, how would it be to be an eagle?
We're going to call it being eagle.
We did not feathers.
Okay. Let's put some arms on our poem. Let's start with a metaphor or simile, and don't be too obvious. I already used that one.
So no eagle eyes. No eagle eyes.
No eagle eyes.
I like the beak. I don't know what to say about the beak.
Okay, let's come up with something. What about a simile or metaphor for the beak? The beak is like, or a beak of, I called it morning sun. Yeah. Fish hook. Beak like a fish hook, or fish hook beak?
Whoa.
Yes.
It zooms whenever she stands up.
Whenever she's moving the eggs, they zoom in.
Oh, isn't that nice of them to
Is
do
that,
this
the,
work?
is that Shadow or Jackie?
That's Jacqueline. You see the black dot?
That's
Jackie.
Okay.
And it's pip watch right now, which means they expect the eggs are going to open any day now. So they always zoom in on them just to see if there's anything there. So, fish hook beak, or beak like a fish hook? You tell me.
And talent.
Beak like a fish hook.
Talent is made for good.
And look what's already built in there. What's already built in that? The beak is something to release, but yet it's hooking. There's already this little bit of a juxtaposition put in there. It's putting together two things. That's brilliant.
Can we also have like a beak like the sound, the whistle, more than just eating a fish, but the voice?
Let's do an auditory image.
Okay.
What's an auditory image?
It's very distinctive.
Can you give me an auditory image? Use the sensory that can go with our being eagle. We had the silence in First Snow. an auditory image could be something like a screaming white neck. Come on, poets. Don't be
I
shy.
like just the call of the eagle, the key, key, key.
Just the sound it makes.
Yeah.
I love that little muttering they do.
All that rearranging those things.
What about a question? What kind of question might we have being eagle? What kind of question would we have? What kind of question might an eagle have? Yes.
What I was struck with just by watching, all the left since I came in is that how still she is, and what it must be like just to just sit there and just watch the world without having, like the way we do, we're always rushing around and being so busy with all this stuff that we do, and what's it like just to just sit for hours and just be out there in the wild.
Oh, you're warming up. Yes. Great. How about a declarative? Declarative about being eagle. What kind of a declarative can we make about this? And it doesn't have to be the nest is brown. Like, yeah, declare. What would you say?
She's always observant. I mean, she's completely still, but she's always watching.
Mm-hmm.
How could you put like she knows who she is, she's an eagle. I mean, just that people, just like all creatures, they're not trying to prove themselves to anybody or trying to comb their feathers or anything. I mean, I don't know. The eyes are really kind of freaking me out because they're so, I don't know, there's just this essence that, like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's declarative, like, I'm an eagle,
I don't need to explain myself.
Yeah.
like I know I'm a badass, but I don't know, something like, I'm not gonna really trip on, you guys need an eagle, I'm already an eagle.
I don't need to be named.
Yeah, and by the way, you got the wrong name or something.
I kept thinking of that, like, Jackie?
Yeah, Jackie.
Okay.
I'm struck by how she keeps positioning herself so that the wind is blowing up the feathers. It seems pretty consistent and deliberate. Is that sheltering the eggs more?
Oh, the way she turns her body as opposed to in the wind or against it.
So the wind comes up, up her back, raises the
I'm going to say with I know there are biologists in this room, but I'm going to say that not having the wind in your eyes makes you a better protector. And I could be wrong on that. I'm looking over here at the biologists that I know in this room. That maybe there's something to turning your back on the wind that keeps them from tearing up and stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
So the wind really needs to be part of this poem.
And when the sound is up, we hear the wind.
Give me one more sensory image. What does it taste like in an eagle's mouth? What does it smell like as an eagle? What is it? What kind of a fifth sense might an eagle have, or sixth sense?
It
expansive, just yells at me.
How would you put that into a line? How do you put that sense of expansiveness into a line that shows us expansiveness, that sense of being expanse?
Expensive gaze.
I don't know why, but I just keep coming back to the line, the eagle on the window one. That's like, that idea of expansiveness that there's a unity in that existence.
The nest is sort of a raft in the wind.
See, you guys are starting to warm up. Great. We'll hold on to those 6 arms. Now let's talk really quickly about the atmosphere that this needs to float through, this poem. How does this need to look on the page for our reader? We've got the entire space of the page. The title of our poem is Being Eagle. What's that first encounter? The reader comes to the page. What encounter do we want them to have with the way that the form, with the way that the poem is putting itself on the page?
Well, this is an eagle on a nest, it's not an eagle in the sky. So I think if we're really responding to this, it should be a compact.
Compact, one stanza, several stanzas, how do you see that? Long stanzas, short stanzas?
Maybe one long stanza.
We'll go with one long stanza. Medium length lines. Is there a form this poem needs to be in? Elizabeth Bishop was writing her poem One Art, and it was free verse, and she's like, but it keeps coming back to this one art. She's like, because it needs to go into a form. And it did, and it came out beautifully. Does something need to contain? Can you think of a form that needs to contain, and don't make it too hard, because I'm not sure I can do like a Sistina on the fly.
What about a sonnet?
Okay, yeah. So it needs to be a sonnet? Because why?
Well, it's a good container for one, and it's 14 lines.
It gives it that nice, yeah.
And there'll be a turn, you know,
The
turn in the
volta.
poem, the volta. And I think a sonic, and there's music, has music in it.
So that.
I don't know, just. It's not as hard as this Sistina.
And now we're all gonna write a pen too. Get out your pens. Grab your crayons, friends. It's time to write a guzzle.
I'd like a line flying away at the end, flying over to the other side of the page. Well, maybe not, maybe a series of lines that are very short, that are just sort of moving through.
Feathers. Those would look like feathers too.
Right.
I like the idea of couplets because it's a couple.
We can have couplets for the couple, although we just have eagle. But that can be also. The crazy thing is we're having just this whack relationship right now with this bald eagle, watching this eagle all together, who's just, I think, hears us or knows in some way that we're here, all of us.
It's like, it just like, it has.
Right, and sometimes they argue, which is adorable. When he wants her to leave, he puts a stick on her head. So get out. Okay, so we know that our ideas, what would it like to be an eagle? And the water particles that have collected have brought us these 6 different ideas that play with the beautiful gifts of poetry, that are sensory images, that are questions, that are declaratives, that are similes and metaphors. And then we decided that in order to land the poem with other poems, it needs to go through an atmosphere that's going to change its form so that it looks like this idea that we want to try to convey to the reader. And in order to do that, we're going to make it into a sonnet. The atmosphere is going to create a sonnet, which means there's music and rhyme. And then maybe at the end, we're going to do something a little different, a little unexpected, and shift a last line, like something flying away, something moving away from it, which kind of doubles down on volta, which is a turn, right? Is it a typical Shakespearean? Petrarca knows it's just going to be our own sonnet the way that we want to do it. A Diane Seuss sonnet, a Frank sonnet, however we want to write it. Great. So your next step would be to take these things we've created, write it on paper, put your title as Being Eagle, using these constraints, and make a sonnet. So if you want to snap a photo of it and try it and see what happens, you may also know that I've given you a bunch of poems and a bunch of prompts to do this with, how snowflakes are formed, and also a much better drawn snowflake to play with. It's also a great way to do revision. Can you find your dust particle? Can you pull out what your constraints are, what your atmosphere was like? Can you see the images? Are there questions? And maybe in the revision, when you put those there, you realize, I need to ask a question. I want to put it into clarity. I don't think I can create a sonnet in my head, but I'll do this. Being eagle, the wind is part of this poem. Beak, like a fish hook calling, key, key, key. What is it like to sit in such stillness, in hours, and be wind and I are one? Expansiveness. I am an eagle. I am already an eagle. I don't need to be named. I didn't think the rhymes on the song, or the sonnet, but we came pretty close. So, there's just a fun stuff. Thank you so much. Yeah. It's like time to get out.
And that's the mill. Because the
That's
female's
the-
always bigger, right?
Female's
Much bigger, or?
Not much bigger, but she is bigger, and she has a little bit more of a, like, fierce face, and his is a little bit
He's
softer.
more gentle faced, yeah.
He really is, yeah.
Time for a break.
Thank
Yeah. All right. Thank you, C. Marie. I think that we have some more sandwiches over next door. We have some drinks.
I didn't know it was gonna be this big. I'll go put out, there's more snacks.
Yeah.
So Life
More
Source
snacks.
donated some granola bars and mandarins and some pepperoni sticks. I'll put them out really quick. And just keep you nourished and awake and fed for the ride home. And Life Source has just been wonderful to us. So I'm gonna say that a couple of times.
That's
And I'll
right.
go set them out really quick.
And Jennifer will be about 2:15. So stretch your legs and back in about 10.
Starting to feel very distant. Yeah. The whole thing. It must have been so nice though to meet in person, because we did most of all everything on Zoom. And sitting on Zoom for 3 hours on the Zoom meeting, it wasn't quite right. So when
Good job, Mark. Thanks so much. A lot of work. You like doing that, I hope you do.
Now I'm on LinkedIn. What I cannot believe I have heard so many projects. That's
Moral.
And,
You dropped it about
My
2 or 3 years.
Tracy, say hi to Portland for me.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
Well, that moral imperative,
Oh, yeah, I thought he was doing that.
They're the best. It's just, it almost really good about self over at work. It is the worst one is Instagram. Like, I like this stuff, but Facebook still felt like I was asking people. But I really come to a conclusion that Instagram was just an hour to get it actually to less food, and then I met weird stuff, some really amazing writers here. It started to give me ideas for like how to exercise. I started over 50, and I'm like, okay, I'm mid-age, but I'm not over 50 yet. Calm down, Instagram. Just take a beat. I'm Jennifer.
Francis.
Saturdays are the beginning. I'm usually gone most of the week, so. Yeah. Probably like Thursdays or Fridays.
Inspired by Eagle.
Yeah, it's not a forever. English and Spanish. So he works at like this the welcome center, which is actually the hub that was Latinx families. At least for now.
Yeah.
And we're like, okay, is the funding for these programs getting It's unclear if right now. But you know, all goes back.
So, you,
Hi!
you chart out
Great
your
to see you.
audience in advance, and you just get up and
In fact,
Yes.
power situation.
Big valleys, big.
Wow.
Several of his drugs.
Regulating the nervous system.
Little speakers and cozy films. But they have a Bluetooth version, they also have a clinical version. The Bluetooth version makes a loud announcement at the end of the time. Because what's going on outside. I have like about a meter's loud. Okay, and I've never choked myself.
Mark, how many years have you been doing this festival?
This festival? This is the third time. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
The Salem Poetry Project, how long?
Salem Poetry Project since 2016.
9 years.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Sure. We're going to keep on going and try to count. There is a, if you want every week we send out the updates for what's happening at the Salem Poetry Project. If you want to get those updates, we have the email sign sheet over there. You just put your email on there and we send out the who's reading that Thursday. You can get that there. So, all right. So welcome back. We have here at 2:15, we have Jennifer, and then after Jennifer, at 3 we got Pepper Trail. So Jennifer Perrine.
Yeah.
Okay. Is the author of 5 books of poetry. Beautiful Outlaw, Again, The Body is No Machine, and The Human Zoo, and No Confession, No Mass. Their other recent work appears in Best Small Fictions, A Mouth Holds Many Things, a D-Canon hybrid lit collection, and Cascadia Field Guide, Art, Ecology, and Poetry. Perrine lives in Portland, where they co-host the Insight Queer Writers Read series and work with the Regional Parks and Nature Department. Of course, she's got a website, and you can also find her on Instagram. Here is Jennifer Perrine.
Hello. Can you all hear me okay? much, Mark, for the introduction, and thank you and Jennifer both for making this space where we can all be together. I was just reflecting on how infrequently I get to devote a whole day to just being among people who are interested in speaking about reading poetry. So this feels like a really great gift that I did not know I needed, but I did. So thank you all for being here.
Yeah, if that mic were a little lower, then
Is this-
it seems like when people speak a little above the mic.
Is it better if I just speak without the mic?
No.
No. Okay. Good to know. This feels mighty, powerful. Thank you for that recommendation. Yeah, so I'm going to read a few poems probably from my last book again, and then some newer poems. And I appreciated C. Marie bringing in that Bertolt Brecht quote earlier about singing in the dark times, singing about the dark times. I'm going to do some singing about the dark times. I feel like we've had a beautiful day. Hopefully you've been energized enough that you can hold some of that darkness for a bit. So the poems I'm going to start with are from this book again, which I wrote. I did not know I was writing a book, but I knew I was writing in 2017 during the first 100 days after the inauguration that year. I wrote a poem a day, kind of as a way to preserve what was left of my mental health at the moment, and also to really interrogate some of the language and changes in language that I was noticing happening at the time. So each poem that I wrote during that period, each poem takes as its title a word that I was hearing or noticing being misused or overused by the Trump administration or the sort of campaign leading up to that time. And I did not really have a thesis as to what I was doing with these words, but was just sitting with them and letting come out what would come out. And what came out was a lot of really surreal things, and I think maybe a kind of attention to what those words meant to me before they ended up in that space, for better or for worse. So I'm going to read a couple of those poems and then, yeah. So this is Build, as in build that wall. Yeah, build. They built a bower. We were not allowed to rest in its shade. We built a tower that loomed over their crops. Sun-starved, they built a machine, planted it in our fields, painted it green so we would not see it snatching our feasts from beneath our feet. We built a god that hooked its jaws through their children. They built a new universe. We watched them go, built gardens in their ruins. We grew restless, built a rocket. Inside, we travel across galaxies looking for their land. We build each day new ways to make them come home. We build up our hopes that this time they'll stay. I'm going to read love, which is a word that got used more than you might expect during that administration. One of the most prominent times is in "We love you" when speaking to the insurrectionists on January 6th. Yeah, love. After, we do not know what to do with our hands, how to gentle them, perch them tame upon another's body. When our loves whistle in the kitchen, they mortar us. We seek shelter, press our snouts to their fur, but cannot find their scent. We learn to touch with our eyes first, not to look beyond at the sand that tracks through the halls. In bed, we hear the curtains flap like canvas. We rest under cover of our armaments. In our chests, the machine still pulses. This poem is called Press. Press mostly was used in reference to the media, like the press is the enemy of the people. I spent a lot of time poring through quotes as I was writing this, and so I have a lot, for better or for worse, stuck in my head now. But this poem came thinking about changes in immigration laws and how the risk of or threat of deportation prevents a lot of people from coming forward or trying to find safety when there is domestic violence. So this is Press. Press, no charges, though he deserves it. I cannot risk the law, its long reach. There is no sanctuary, only big-tooth leaves at their most golden, folded between the pages of my prayer book. I preserved what I could. I ironed his best shirt the morning we married. Let him plead his case again tonight. We proceed, history heavy in our pockets. My tongue runs over sockets where my teeth once were, white as the sun glinting on the river, shining through blinds, falling on our bed, warming it with light. And the last few poems in the book, last four, their titles are Make and America and Great and Again. So this is America. America, we claim you as our own. Stone we heft, cast first and last. No sin, no shame in our past. We tame you. Plant this flag that grows in straight rows, keeps watch, blots out weeds that sneak through cracks. We name you, land of the smack that makes us see stars, home of the belt that stripes our backs. So that was where my mind was at in 2017, and I took a long pause from reading from this book because I felt like I didn't need to, and now I need to again. But I'm gonna move into some poems that I've been writing for the last few years. These are all from a book that's coming out in just a couple months now in May. It's called Beautiful Outlaw, and the book takes its title from this particular poetic technique that I was introduced to in 2020, just a few months into the pandemic, when I really needed, I think my mental health was again at risk, and I needed poetry to come help me heal a little bit. So the Beautiful Outlaw form is each stanza in the poem excludes one letter of the alphabet, but also must include all of the other letters of the alphabet. And then when you take each excluded letter together, it spells out the title of the poem. So it's super complicated. It gave my mind a lot to focus on when I needed a lot to focus on. And so I ended up writing many of these poems, more than I thought I had in me. So I'm gonna read a few of those and then some other poems from the book. So this poem is in that Beautiful Outlaw form. It's called Guns. Chekhov said if one is placed on a wall in the first act, it must be fired by the end of the play. Dickinson stored hers loaded and ready in the corner. My family kept them locked away, saved the walls for earnest cross-stitch, the corners for discarded toys. Still, I knew they existed, by their thunder in the local woods, by the venison stocked in the freezer for winter. I was never asked to join when the boys shot squirrels, was a lover even then, the kind of kid who, before I left for school, offered a kiss to all my kin, each family pet, even the taxidermy deer head on exhibit in the living room. There were no trophies on the walls of the home where I stayed years later with my partner's friends, who reserved their spare room for weapons. When they threw a party, I played tag in the front yard with everyone's kids to keep away from the boozy target practice happening in back. We stalked and hid, jostled and chased each other in the twilight. I let myself be trapped again and again. My partner was in the service, spent 18 months in Iraq, and came back with a sense it's not so bad to set aside a firearm for the day you might require it. I refused the rifle he would have bought, edgy already at the blade that tumbled from his pocket as we lazed together. For ages, every 4th of July, I watched him prowl the house, his recoil each time fireworks cracked through the sky. Time heals, or so they say. Last year, he slept through the whole explosive revelry. This year, we stopped roadside to admire the display. For hours after, the barrage left its echo, a high scream that radiated from my ears. To get over my fear, he says, I should try the range, to get a feel for the kick, to imagine the metal in my grip can be more than a tool of rage. I don't need to hold one to know I want more than the lie of protection. I want the power to kill, to die. I have yet to touch one, but I have practiced being quick on the draw, aiming for the heart, firing one round after the next, not to injure, but to tear a body apart. I have enough in me of both outlaw on the run and white hat bringing order to the frontier, to know the home front and the combat zone are one, that in the final act, we make war here. Thank you. I'm gonna read, this is another beautiful outlaw. This one's called Ashes. I keep my mother on the shelf. The urn fits my fingers, though I never pull it down. When I received it, how weightless it felt. No different in size or heft from my bottle of pills. 30 white discs settled to its bottom. So much volume unoccupied. In her vessel, does she reside only in the tiniest line of dust? The rest just emptiness stretched over her? I refuse to let my curiosity be piqued. I've never peered inside, not once through the 16 months it's posed on that ledge, brazen, coaxing me to lift the lid, to find her reduced to grit. I've got only a token bit of her in that jar. The balance remained with her boyfriend, who tipped it over the bow of a borrowed boat. I don't know where my mother would have wanted to go to while away her afterlife, if floating then fading into the ocean would have been her choice. What could I know? We avoided each other for a decade, then 2, then 3. We never quarreled or spat cruel names or or sat at a table in civil silence. We simply existed on our distant, separate coasts. Now, we're so close. Fragments I could cradle, could carry around all day, instead stay encased in black lacquer, cloaked in a Baroque display of swirling gold vines. If I were bolder, I'd keep some powder exposed in clear glass, as I would keep azaleas in a vase, a final trace of perfume in a vial, jasmine tea forgotten in its pot, left to molder. I would inspect its contents for chips, for shards, for a hint of what's had its hooks in my throat. But I don't want to hold this handful of char, don't want to follow my shrink's instructions to conduct a ritual, to mix it with dirt to nourish a sapling, or sow it across my yard for foraging juncos to find. I don't want to touch it to my lips, to sniff for a whiff of what's past. I want a vigil, watchful nights of brushing hair back to cloak a zigzag of scars, of tracking a soliloquy of dark moans to its origin in her cluttered heart. I want to hunt down that juncture where we grew apart, her life branching from mine. I'd pull free the axe that cleaved the tough bark of our bond, grind that blade keen enough to hack at my ache, pulverize it to a fine particulate. I want to quit, even for a minute, imagining we embraced at the end, unhurried, my face buried in her only body. I want to forget how every day took her farther from me, how even now they take. Thank you. So, as you might have guessed from that poem, my mother passed just a couple months before the pandemic started, and so I was sitting with this grief and with other griefs, that sort of collective grief, for months, years. And this next poem, which is, it's not in that beautiful outlaw form, it was kind of a break from it, a break with it, and it came in this moment where I was in a little cabin in Central Oregon, totally alone in the middle of winter, snow all around me. And I woke up one night laughing in my sleep, and it felt like this pivotal moment where my grief was kind of, maybe not disappearing, but lifting. And this poem I woke up and wrote this poem, and I think the poem also became a turning point in the book. Last night, I had such good dreams. I woke myself up laughing, and today I went down to the lake and sat for an hour listening to ice shift and break into endless shards, its creaking ceaseless. And I did not think of you much, or of how I am not as good as you were at making French toast, or rice even, how I cooked a huge batch to last me the week, and remembered too late how you used to rinse the grains to keep them from sticking. So I wound up with 8 cups of thick goop and said to myself, some Asian you are. And when I forgave myself for fucking up the rice, I wondered whose voice that was, yours or mine, or the great collective mouth that hums through the cloud and thinks it knows best how I should grieve, says, get over it already. And just for a while this evening, after I came back from that vast expanse of water, those brittle crystals splintering and coming to rest on the shore, I thought I had gotten over it, or you, as I gazed up at the full moon rising through the trees and wondered how another month had passed. And I said out loud to that satellite, that desolate rock that does nothing but orbit and reflect light and drive the tides, I said, look how far I have come. I am still here. I have survived the worst of it. I woke up laughing last night. When was the last time that happened? And when the moon answered back with its wild silence, I realized too late I was never talking to the moon at all. That when I speak to an empty place, I am always speaking to you. I'm going to read maybe just a couple more of these beautiful outlaw poems. Oddly, the poems in the book that I think have, or at least the beautiful outlaw poems in the book that I think have the most like love and delight in them are the poems I wrote about the pandemic itself. So I'm going to read a couple of those. This one's called Isolation. No one's touched me for months, yet so many folks have entered my home. Trees planted by some long ago owner, relaxed under the May sun, cajoled by each breeze to squander petals for me to track along the floor. Each bloom bore fruit. I quelled my hunger, ignored the exact flavor of each plum. In June, lavender wafted through my window. I did not note the buzz of bees, but surely they were here all this silent year, their humming quests unregistered by my careless ears. What else explains the fresh raspberries, the zucchini I picked every day in July and bequeathed to my vegan neighbors? It's easy to suppose I grow such wonders from scratch, a wizard magicking every jot from my own exertion. Easy before I consider the fact of my whole house, joists to fixtures, built by other bodies, my entire environment, prize desk blemished with ink, bed where I curl tight on these sequestered nights, pieced together on assembly lines I will never see. If I've fussed over a complex meal or made myself queasy gobbling pizza in my pajamas before a screen, I've done so via hands who plucked and milled, who processed, extracted, packaged, and conveyed all the elements of my pleasure and ease. Now bulbs blaze along eaves up and down the street, beacons equal to the abject gloom of December. They uplift me when I am wintry, all blues, never jazz, quash the rash belief that I am truly secluded, my residence a shuttered exhibit. After a walk in that glittering dark, my privacy is porous, a leaky ship set adrift from its jetty. I am capsized, flooded with visitors, the flux of their breath through my hull. I quiver at their caress, let it swim all through me. And this was the first beautiful outlaw poem I ever wrote. It's called Sickness. We never married, thought it too quaint, too ball and chain, fixed, pinned. We rejected being yoked like oxen, caged together in that hallowed zoo. And yet, we dreamt of a honeymoon, every place we'd explore were money no object, north and south of the equator, shore to shore, dozens of state parks. For now, you go as far as your job at the hospital, despite my qualms for the hazard pay. Home at night, you wear a mask, I wear gloves. This is our latex without sex. This is love in a time when every blush conjures fever, when we quiz each other after each cough. I examine your hands, count as you soak them before we touch. For better or worse, we cozy together to wait for the latest dispatch. I exhaust myself with updates, jerk awake hours later. You've covered me with a quilt from your glory box. I find you gazing out a dark window, watching your ghost in glass vanish at civil dawn. I join you, squint to catch that phantom us, wearing a gown, a tux. No father gave you away, no mother arranged my veil, no frenzied crowd jockeyed for the bouquet. The rice, unthrown, we keep in the cupboard. We keep our extravaganza a private joy. We keep each quiet vow in the mouth to have and hold for richer and poorer, now and in health. I think I'm going to end with this poem. We've been witnessing lots of things over the last few weeks, one of which is the government erasure of queer and trans presence and history in our world. And this poem is me maybe just speaking my corner of that world back into existence a little bit. It's called Dive. Every Friday and Saturday night, and sometimes Thursdays too, we would drive the highway out from the college town, past farmland, turn down that road that led deep into the forest. In the dark, we parked and followed the unlit path, Hansels and Gretels flocking, hungry, to our gingerbread shack. Sweets hidden behind a plain facade, unmarked save for a rainbow draped over the door. Inside, we threaded dollars into the jukebox, into the spangled straps of each queen's dress, blue kisses to share lookalikes, to our friend who sauntered and swiveled to Shania, who worked days as a fry cook and nights the crowd, who knew we too hadn't been impressed much, had, oh man, felt like a woman sidling up, pulling us to the floor to sway under lazy purple lights to Macy gray, might leave us dizzy for days. I have forgotten the names of all the butches who bought me drinks, of the flanneled bartender who played 8-ball in the hour after last call, of even the bar itself, but still recall the pleather chairs that stuck red welts to my thighs, that creaked as I plied beautiful strangers with cigarettes. Still remember their sports bras under white tanks, the thunk of chunky boots, flecks of forearms as they ran thin fingers through my fade, the delirious crush of weight when they sank onto my lap. What fool would wish for such a place now? Secret space that appeared on no map, that offered not quite safety, only its dim copy. What ingrate would spare a thought for the bad old days, when we had to wander so far from home, roam through fields and thickets, into hushed woods to find our kin, our kind. Still, it's there I learned the slide of hips on hips, grip of a belt buckle under my hands to draw a body close, how to lure and hook with one long look in a room brimming with long looks. It was the cage where we hid until we could escape, biding time behind those glittered walls. It was no dive, but a fall, head first into this ever after, which will have us as we are or not at all.
Thank you, Jennifer. We have about 10 minutes before Pepper does his thing. Jennifer's books are next door, along with some snacks and things, so stretch your legs. We're back in about 10 minutes.
Well, I'm gonna have to unplug the eagle, I'm very sorry. So we can turn it up for a minute. Yeah, I understand. That's to do. Go ahead. Squeeze through. Water. So fresh water, the paper cleans. Naturally effective material. And they're getting easier to catch and help. Yeah, huge. Okay. Brains are dying now. Yeah. Stretch your bones. Yes. I need to move the mic over so I can reach the
Bill, see you. We so clear last
Yeah. Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah, right. And it's supposed to be right below it. All the other ones.
Oh, yeah, there's a
Also good, pretty big tax. That's a pretty good one.
love that.
He used his
Pulling
voice.
out the.
It starts in past and
Uh-huh.
goes to present.
You've got to outline it.
Yes.
Aim of that story is.
Yeah.
Right? And,
So that was neat too, because so the rumor is you're going to last.
Yeah. Sorry, dude. Super close.
Okay, people are drifting back in. That's a super.
Still,
was it super clear?
very, very.
So,
But it was fun. On a very good note.
No. That's cool.
we have some flexibility.
That's all those No, but over that band,
Oh, I have been there.
That's the next one. It's just so that like, they readings from on Sunday.
We have a Walter in our neighborhood, he's a hound dog.
That's great.
He's just a full dog.
Yeah. That's good. I would take care. An eye out for those stars.
Okay, here we go. All right, so wanted to thank you all for coming back here. And a reminder, coming up at about 4:15, we'll be having a reading from the Cascadia Field Guide. But before that, we have Pepper Trail. Get my glasses on. Pepper is a naturalist and writer from Ashland, Oregon. His poems have appeared in Rattle, Atlanta Review, Catamaran, Ascent, and other publications, and have been nominated for Pushcart and Best of Net Awards. His collection, Cascade Siskiyou Poems, was a finalist for the Oregon Book Award in poetry. He is a longtime board member of PLAIA, the Arts and Sciences Residency Program, in Summer Lake, and serves as a science advisor to conservation efforts throughout Oregon. Here is Pepper Trail.
Thank you very much, Mark. And thanks to Juniper and Mark for putting together this fantastic festival that we've all been enjoying, and thanks to all of you for sticking around through this long day. When I saw that I had been given an hour, I had to think. No one wants to hear my poetry for an hour. So what I thought I would do is I put together this talk, which leans on my scientific background as a classifier, to talk about the modes of nature writing, and I'm going to be reading selections from my own poems in the different modes of nature writing, but I'm also going to read some poems by truly great poets like Whitman and Gary Snyder to give you something to look forward to. So what we write about, when we write about nature, I want to start out by giving the contrary view. I think when I write about nature, when I think about nature writing, I think about nature as an all-inclusive, all-encompassing reality of the biosphere that we're fortunate enough to inhabit, including not just the ecosystems, the marsh, the water, but also the wildlife, and also the geology that underlies it. This is a photograph I took a few years ago in the Klamath Basin down in southern Oregon, which to me kind of conveys that harmonious whole of nature. But not everyone looks at nature that way, or thinks about nature poetry that way. And this is a little bit off center, but Joyce Carol Oates, the novelist, is not a fan of nature poetry, and she wrote this a few years ago, and these are her objections. It has no sense of humor. It lacks a moral purpose. It has no verbal language. It has no interest in ours, in our language. Its pleasures lack resonance, being accidental. It lacks a symbolic subtext, excepting that provided by man, which one asks, what other kinds of symbolic subtexts are there? It has no instructions for mankind. It inspires a painfully limited set of responses in nature writers, quote unquote, reverence, awe, piety, mystical oneness.
That's painful.
And it eludes us even as it prepares to swallow us up, books and all. And it just reveals the underlying insecurity that's at the base of all of those objections. But I did want to give the contrary view its due. Whereas I find this quote to be much more telling. It's by a writer named William Hazlitt. And I wish there was some way we could straighten that out. But it's a poetry that is an imitation of nature, but the imagination and the passions are a part of man's nature. Neither a mere description of natural objects, nor a mere delineation of natural feelings, however distinct or forcible, constitutes the ultimate end and aim of poetry without the heightenings of imagination. And I think this is quite a true statement. I think that what the human element brings to nature poetry is our perceptions. And this goes back to what C. Marie was saying about the world would miss us if we weren't here. You know, we bring nature in its complexity and beauty is beautiful, but only when we perceive it and we enrich it with our imaginative appreciation of nature. So Take that, Joyce Carol Oates. So, like I said, I'm a classifier. So I think I came up with this list a few years ago of the modes of nature writing, the views of nature that poets, might call nature poets, engage in. So nature as the garden, nature as the teacher, as the adversary, as the source of ecstasy, the source of consolation, the other, and the victim. And I'll talk about each of these and give examples of each of these from other poets and from my own poetry. And this is not a workshop, but I would encourage you to try to, if you write nature poetry, to identify what modes you're writing in, and maybe try a different mode than you're writing. I've written poetry that I would classify in all of these modes. Some of them are not very congenial for me, but I still think it's a useful exercise to think about. So we'll start off with nature as the garden, and this is often is expressed in religious or pastoral terms. Oops, sorry. And let's go back to the beginning, Genesis 1. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and every other creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." And this is the view that earth is a garden given to man for our benefit, to humankind, for our benefit. And perhaps there's a subtext of stewardship there, perhaps not. Just something for us to use. But this is obviously deep in at least in the Judeo-Christian tradition. And one of the best writers about nature, I think, is Ralph Waldo Emerson, and he has this quote which talks about that mode of the garden. "The misery of man appears like childish petulance when we explore the steady and prodigal provision that has been given for his support and delight on this green ball which bears him through the heavens. All the parts incessantly work into each other's hands for the profit of man. The wind sows the seed, the sun evaporates the seed, the wind blows the vapor to the field, the ice on the other side of the planet condenses rain on this, the rain feeds the plant feeds the animal, and thus the endless circulations of the divine charity nourish man." So this is another view of the biosphere being given for our benefit, and it actually combines what I think is some pretty prescient, forward-looking ecological thinking back in the mid-19th century, looking at all of how the different elements of what we might call Gaia today work together. Did you have a...
I was trying to wait.
Oh, okay. So all the elements work together, but again, with that sort of very human-centric view of it's all working together in a marvelous way for us. Okay?
I wanted to say, Pepper, if you reduce the screen display size by a small percentage, you might get your whole image on the screen. If you're not sure how to do that, see where you are.
Okay. Oh, here, this controller.
Is it half right? I do that, it's good over there. Let me try this. No, it doesn't work for my phone.
If we had a stick, we could poke the projector.
Back. Sorry, now I've disrupted it way too much.
I'll poke the laptop USB. Okay. No worries. So, oops. So now I'll read some poems. I don't have I didn't put the poems on the screen, which turns out to be a good idea in two ways. But I find that when you have the text in front of you and you're also trying to listen to it, it doesn't work very well, so I'll just read the poems. So this is in the garden mode of nature writing. We're going back to William Wordsworth. "I wandered lonely as a cloud." I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils. Beside the lake, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing on the breeze, continuous as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way, they stretched in never-ending line along the margin of the bay. 10,000 saw I at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance. The waves beside them danced, but they outdid the sparkling waves in glee. A poet could not but be gay in such a jocund company. I gazed and gazed, but little thought what wealth the show to me had brought. For oft, when on my couch I lie, in vacant or in pensive mood, they flash upon that inward eye, which is the bliss of solitude. And then my heart with pleasure fills and dances with the daffodils. So, obviously a old-fashioned mode to our modern ears, but still, I think a beautiful crafted tribute to nature as a garden. So, nature as a garden is not a particularly congenial mode for me. I don't tend to think that way, but this is a poem of mine that is as close as I could come to that. It's called Glade. Too many and various the autumn glade, too rich for haiku, or maybe words. The thimbleberry leaves, fat and green along the creek, going golden, then tan, higher up the slope. White snowberries bending down their bushes, then hazel, then maple. One dogwood half gone, salmon red, spreading over a deer trail. Two Douglas fir lean together above all, and a square granite boulder hooded with moss anchors the whole. But that is only sight. There is this slanting, sweet, and earthy scent of fall, the bursts of notes and the snap of wings as juncos thrust and faint beneath the big leaves, the whoop and giggle of a quail alarmed at the sound of her own footsteps, and from high in the air, as pure and distant as heaven, the kinglet's calls drift down to rest in the forest garden. So then there's the mode of nature as the teacher. This is obviously a classic mode that's used in many different ages of people, from the classical era to modern times. Myths and fables and homilies. And another quote from Emerson: nature is a language, and every new fact learns, and every new fact learns one a new word. But it is not a language, it is not a language taken together, but it's not a language taken to pieces and dead in the dictionary, but the language put together into a most significant and universal sense. I wish to learn this language, not that I may know a new grammar, but that I may read the great book that is written in that tongue. And I'm going to follow that with a poem of Emerson's, one of my favorite poems. And it was written about this flower, the rhodora, which was the East Coast relative of the rhododendron. The rhodora. On being asked, whence is the flower? In May, when sea winds pierced our solitudes, I found the fresh rhodora in the woods, spreading its leafless blooms in a damp nook to please the desert and the sluggish brook. The purple petals fallen in the pool made the black water with their beauty gay. Here might the redbird come his plumes to cool and court the flower that cheapens his array. Rhodora, if the sages ask thee why this charm is wasted on earth and sky, tell them, dear, that if eyes were made for seeing, then beauty is its own excuse for being. Why wert thou there, O rival of the rose? I never thought to ask, I never knew, but in my simple ignorance suppose the self-same power that brought me there brought you. I love that line, beauty is its own excuse for being. And then this is another poem by a master, familiar, I'm sure, probably to many of you. This is by Walt Whitman from Leaves of Grass. I think I could turn and live with the animals. They are so placid and self-contained. I stand and look at them long and long. They do not sweat and whine about their condition. They do not lie awake in the dark and weep for their sins. They do not make me sick discussing their duty to God. Not one is dissatisfied. Not one is demented with the mania of owning things. Not one kneels to another, nor his kind that lived thousands of years ago. Not one is responsible or industrious over the whole world. A good lesson. Nature as teacher on that one. And here's a poem of mine in that mode of nature as teacher. It's called Juniper Years. The juniper on the ridgeline flows horizontally before the wind, wood hard as iron, fluid as a wave. It has lived each of its days, ever in drought, ever hot or cold, ever pushed by the wind, ever pushing back. I cannot reckon the juniper's age because I cannot live a juniper year, cannot imagine the endurance contained in a single juniper day. But in its stoic grace, its distillation of the ridge, the wind, the juniper, old and young, green and gray, teaches that life and time are one. This ant at my feet, this juniper and myself, we all live the same number of days, all enter and leave the world alike, and are given the time between. Time enough to accomplish our own perfection, to grow, to express in the shape of our lives the beauty of our afflictions, the worth of all the time there is. And then there's nature as the adversary. This is sometimes expressed in religious terms, our struggle against the evil that is in nature. It's sometimes expressed in terms of adventure writing, man struggling against the forces of nature. And you may be surprised that my first poem in the adversary mode is from Emily Dickinson, of all people. But she has a way of distilling the essence. Sweet is the swamp with its secrets, until we meet a snake. 'Tis then we sigh for houses and our departure take. At that enthralling gallop that only childhood knows, a snake is nature's treason, and awe is where it goes. And I do have another quote from Emerson. He's an endless source of pithy distillations of complex thoughts. Nature is a tropical swamp in sunshine, on whose purlieus we hear the song of summer birds and see prismatic dewdrops. But her interiors are terrific, full of hydras and crocodiles. The way of Providence is a bit rude. The habit of snake and spider, the snap of the tiger and other leapers and bloody jumpers, the crackle of the bones of his prey and the coils of the anaconda, these are in the system, and our habits are like theirs. Nature's adversary and also nature's teacher in that one. So again, the adversarial mode is not one that I typically write in, but this poem is in that mode, and it's about Oregon's last grizzly bear, who was named Old Reelfoot because he lived after having been caught in a trap. And he lived on the ridge lines between Oregon and California, and in the area which is now the Cascade-Siskiyou National Monument. And he was pursued by ranchers for years and years, and when they finally got him, He apparently literally did have 20 pounds of lead in his hide that he carried from all the times they shot him. So this is a poem in the voice of old Reelfoot. I am old Reelfoot, the last grizzly bear. My right foot is mangled from the time I learned about traps. My hide holds 20 pounds of lead from every time you got a shot at me. You poisoned my mother, shot my father, killed each of the 6 cubs that I fathered back when they were still mothers. Now for many years I have been alone, here upon the ridge lines. I live well enough upon your cattle, so tender and so dumb. But I am not satisfied. I am no fool. I know you will kill me in the end, wipe my kind from the face of the earth, and so I look down upon your cabin, watching, waiting for my chance to break clear of the brush, to roll over you like an avalanche and take your head in my jaws and crack it like a nut. We have good reason to hate, you and I know that I cannot win, but I will never accept you, never yield to you, never bow. As long as I live, I fight. As long as I live, you have not won. So going to a very different mode, nature as the source of ecstasy, romanticism and transcendentalism are often modes for this. And here's a piece that I wrote, actually a prose piece from an essay I wrote in a collection that was put out a few years ago about called The Mountains of Paradox, about the Siskiyou Mountains in southern Oregon and Northern California. And this is how I ended my essay in that collection. I dove from sun-baked rock into icy water, emerged to a vision, intense and tremulous in my water-streaked eyes, my mind vibrating like a struck bell. Blue air, red rock, white cloud, green water, all melted and flowed together in a spiral and then crystallized into a spinning ball. Blue, white, red, and green, the colors of that canyon, the colors of this planet, lovely in its void. The living and the non-living, life's milieu and life itself, wound in an embrace so intimate and indispensable that we rarely notice how it holds us all. And for ecstasy, it's hard to outdo some of the romantics. This is a portion of To a Skylark by Percy B. Shelley. It's a very long poem. This is just a segment. And you all have heard the first line. Hail to thee, blithe spirit. And skylarks are a European lark that sings on the wing. It flies up and you often can't even see it in the sky as its song floats down. Hail to thee, blithe spirit, bird thou never wert, that from heaven or near it pourest thy full heart in profuse strains of unpremeditated art. Higher still and higher from the earth thou springest like a cloud of fire. The deep blue thou wingest, and singing still doth soar, and soaring ever singest. In the golden lightning of the sunken sun, o'er which clouds are brightening, thou dost float and run like an unbodied joy whose race is just begun. Teach us, sprite or bird, what sweet thoughts are thine. I have never heard praise of love or wine that panted forth a rapture, a flood of rapture so divine. Teach me half the gladness that your mind must know. Such harmonious madness from my lips would flow. The world would listen then, as I am listening now. And this, in a more carnal mode of ecstasy is The Hummingbird, A Seduction by Patty Ann Rogers. Some of you know it. If I were a female hummingbird, perched still and quiet on an upper myrtle branch in the spring afternoon, and if you were a male, alone in the whole heaven before me, having parted yourself for me from cedar top and honeysuckle stem and earth down, your body hovering in midair, far away from jewelweed, thistle, and bee balm, and if I watched how you fell plummeting before me and how you rose again and fell with such mastery that I believed for a moment you were the sky, and the red-marked bird diving inside your circumference was just the physical revelation of the light's most perfect desire, then when you came down to me, I would call you my own spinning bloom of ruby sage, my funneling the storm of sunlit sperm and pollen, my only breathless piece of scarlet sky, and I would bless the base of each of your feathers and touch the tine of string muscles binding your wings and taste the odor of your glistening oils and hunt the honey of your crimson flare, and I would take you and take you and take you deep into any kind of nest you ever wanted. Anyone needs to take a break? Yes. And then there's the source of consolation. This is a mode that I think a lot of us write in. We find nature to be our refuge in these troubled times. And it often can be expressed in haiku. This is a haiku I wrote a few years ago. Every fall I go up in anticipation of the coming darkness of winter. On the Upper Road River Trail in Southern Oregon, there's beautiful areas where you're kind of going through a golden tunnel of vine, maple, and hazel leaves, and just that golden light, I just soak it up to store against the coming darkness. And this, another autumn gratitude for what is given one more day of light. So this is a poem in that mode of consolation that probably many of you know, by W.B. Yeats, The Lake Isle of Innisfree. I will arise and go now and go to Innisfree, and a small cabin built there of clay and wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, a hive for the honeybee, and live alone in the bee-loud glade. And I shall have some peace there, for peace comes dropping slow, dropping from the veils of the morning to where the cricket sings. There midnights all a glimmer, and noon a purple glow, and evening full of the linnet's wings. I will arise and go now, for always, night and day, I hear lake water lapping with the low sounds by the shore, while I stand on the roadway or on the pavement's gray. I hear it in the deep heart's core. And this is another wonderful poem, probably familiar to many of you, in the mode of consolation. Wendell Berry's The Peace of Wild Things. When despair for the world grows in me, and I wake in the night at the least sound, in fear of what my life and my children's lives may be, I go and lie down where the wood drake rests in his beauty on the water, and the great heron feeds. I crumb into the peace of wild things, who do not tax their lives with forethought of grief. I come into the presence of still water, and I feel above me the day-blind stars waiting with their light. For a time, I rest in the grace of the world and am free. And this is another poem of mine in the mode of consolation. A few years ago, I was in Wichita, Kansas, of all places, and there are huge flocks of purple martins, large swallows that migrate through that area. And as I was standing there, I was witnessing one of these great flocks in the sky, and they all came down to roost around a hospital. And it was the Hospital of St. Francis in Wichita. So this is, the poem writes itself. But I had to write it. So this is the Martins of St. Francis. A strange place for spectacle, Wichita. But here, as evening slowly fell through the deep, unresisting sky toward the leveling land, a miracle came to pass at the Hospital of St. Francis, and I, the witness. A small flock of swallows circling appeared high, black against the china blue, then there, then gone on a slope of wing, then there again with more, until soon the field of sky was sown with birds, improbable thousands, a migratory swarm drawn from towns across the plains, where these purple martins are housed all summer long, bivouacked against mosquitoes. Now they show the depth of sky, turning against each other in layered plains, until the swirl becomes a galactic wheel, patterned by the weight of their immensity. Just at the edge of night, great scoops of flock fall away, drop in a twisting cyclonic rush, embed themselves with brief baffled bursts of flutter into the trees on the left and right of St. Francis Hospital. Again and again, until the birds double the numbered leaves, bend the branches, become dark and still, invisible, the roost assembled in its sanctuary. Within the hospital must be some in pain, some fighting for life, some in grief. St. Francis, may your mercy be like these birds, as abundant, as miraculous, through the long night as peaceful, and the morning so graceful, so free. And then there's the mode of the other. Often this is sort of in a distance, as we said about Mary Oliver, a little bit at arm's length. Sometimes in a rather scientific or descriptive mode, sometimes in an environmental mode. First poem I'll read in this is by Robinson Jeffers, Carmel Point. The extraordinary patience of things, this beautiful place defaced with a crop of suburban houses, how beautiful when we first beheld it, unbroken field of poppy and lupin walled with clean cliffs, no intrusion but 2 or 3 horses pasturing, or a few milch cows rubbing their flanks on the outcrop rockheads. Now the spoiler has come. Does it care? Not faintly. It has all time. It knows that people are a tide that swells, and in time are a tide that swells and in time will ebb, and all their works dissolve. Meanwhile, the image of the pristine beauty lives in the very grain of the granite, safe as the endless ocean that climbs our cliff. As for us, we must uncenter our minds from ourselves. We must unhumanize our views a little and become confident as the rock and ocean that we are made from. And this is one of mine from a much less serious aspect, entitled Another Point of View. Invisible in the shadow, beneath the jutting ledge, a cougar reclines and gazes down the rocky slope at an impossible fool who wanders, stopping and starting along the dusty path, now lifting binoculars, now rummaging in his bag, now peering at a flower, now reading, now writing, never showing the least respect, the slightest care. So slow and so soft, a great baby alone in the world, or old and lost in the dimness before death, perhaps. Too easy a meal, alarmingly aimless. Not for this has the Kubra practiced for 1,000,000 years. Her puff of breath disturbs the dust, and she closes her eyes, dissatisfied, while I, 100 yards below, begin to think about had lunch. This is a quote, nature as the other, from John Muir. The world, we are told, was made especially for man, a presumption not supported by all the facts. A numerous class of men are painfully astonished whenever they find anything, living or dead, in all God's universe, which they cannot eat or render in some way what called useful to themselves. Now, it never seems to occur to these far-seeing teachers that nature's object in making animals and plants might possibly be, first of all, the happiness of each one of them, not the creation of all for the happiness of one. Why should man value himself as more than a small part of the one great unit of creation? The universe would be incomplete without man, but it would also be incomplete without the smallest transmicroscopic creature that dwells beyond our conceitful eyes and understanding. Sort of the opposite of man is center of all, and nature is a guardian. And finally, the final mode, nature is the victim. And this is an increasingly frequent mode in which we write about nature, sadly, because we see what we see in front of our eyes. And this first poem is by a poet named Maya Koshla, who is a contemporary California poet and a wildlife biologist. This is called Disentangling a Gray Whale. Water minus air becomes wound. Her blowhole bursts of breathing, trapped in an endless curtain of netting and weights designed to confine tuna. She tries to surface, the body greater than 2 double-decker buses in length and girth. We close in, hesitant, wondering if freeing her is worth the risk of a nervous tail slap into oblivion. After all, she may be too far behind to sing her way back to the rest of her pod, sound bouncing from underwater canyon to canyon mapped by sound and echo. She may not endow us with any answers to the sea of unknowns. She may be one of the strays deafened into idiocy by the Navy's sonic booms, clocking the globe with the constancy of gunfire. She may simply be an upshot, a bulbous, barnacled emblem of our Earth's ships sinking, the grimace of her mouth, not unlike her blue gods miles below, holding their own while bubbles of breath are spiraling up like prayers for salvation. And I confess I do write quite a few of my poems in the mode of nature as victim. This is one about the tar sands in Canada, the very dirty fossil fuels which are ripped in huge open pit mines from the Alberta boreal forest. Tar sands. From space, the world can see the skin of Athabasca torn, spruce trees, nests of blackburnian and jay, the intricate ground, the tea-shaded pools, all overburdened, stripped and tossed aside, long-jawed machines at their sulfurous work, so we may reach the sticky depths for which we root and tremble. In the mirror, looking back at me, a vision, my sternum split, ribs cracked, dead leaves, dry twigs reaching brittle fingers toward the light, my heart inside, cooked and cured, flammable, never more desired than 1,000,000 years from now, distilled into a single drop of crude. And this next one is about a situation which is unfolding as we speak. The Fish and Wildlife Service, as some of you may know, has embarked upon a plan to kill literally hundreds of thousands of barred owls in the Pacific Northwest in a last-ditch effort to save spotted owls. Spotted owls, of course, were endangered by our overzealous logging of old-growth forests, and now barred owls have invaded the Pacific Northwest and are threatening barred owls by outcompeting them. And this is emblematic of the endless damage that we do and continue to do and try to undo, and the cycle that we lock ourselves into when we disrupt natural systems. Killing barred owls. It's written from the point of view of one of the hunters who's given the job of doing that. For a moment, we regard each other. You, the well-upholstered citizen, surrounded by your possessions, at ease in the good, quiet woods, enjoying the ownership you have fought for and won. I, thin in the arms, thick in the middle, hatted, coated, booted, gun-bearing, briefly triumphant, thinking not of you, but of the other, the shy, the threatened, the absent, until our large brown eyes meet, and then I squeeze the trigger and you explode like a burst pillow. And it takes a long time for all the feathers to settle, my ears to stop ringing, the space you once filled, now empty, available, if there was only a spotted owl to fill it. This is the way we want it. We want it like it was before we did everything that we did. So now, this is our plan, to do this, I guess, forever. All right, well, I don't want to end on that note. So I have 3 poems to conclude, which are all a little bit more life-affirming. There is still so much beauty in the world that we must appreciate it. As Abby said, we must live in that joy and use that joy to fuel our fight for what we need. This first poem is by Gary Snyder, For All. To be alive on a mid-September morn, fording a stream, barefoot, pants rolled up, holding boots, pack on, sunshine, ice in the shallows, northern Rockies. Rustle and shimmer of icy creek waters, stones turning underfoot, small and hard as toes, cold nose dripping, singing inside, creek music, heart music, smell of sun on gravel. I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the soil of Turtle Island and to the beings who dwell thereupon, one ecosystem in diversity, under sun, with joyful interpenetration for all. And this one, probably familiar to many, The Summer Day by Mary Oliver. Who made the world? Who made the swan and the black bear? Who made the grasshopper? This grasshopper, I mean. The one who has flung herself out of the grass, the one who is eating sugar out of my hand, who is moving her jaws back and forth instead of up and down, who is gazing around with her enormous and complicated eyes. Now, as she lifts her pale forearms and thoroughly washes her face, now she snaps her wings open, and floats away. I don't know exactly what a prayer is. I do know how to pay attention, how to fall down into the grass, how to kneel down in the grass, how to be idle and blessed, how to stroll through the fields, which is what I have been doing all day. Tell me, what else should I have done? Doesn't everything die at last and too soon? Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? And finally, this is a poem of mine, Testament. All is not broken. The wind still untangles the flowers in the pastures and the grasses of the pasture lands. The dusky sky some days fills with birds that glide and wheel before the night. In the streams are fish, breathing the water in contentment, and butterflies can still be found in the forgotten lot, flirting their wings above the slivered glass. There is still a path that leads away. There are groves of trees, mountainsides, corners, caves, hollows, places to be unseen, wild in your silent thought. There is a freedom to be had in the simple turn, the outward look, the step into the other world of wind and grass and stream and bird, where life passes on, unbroken. Thanks so much. So as I said, I think it's an interesting challenge to write in those different modes about nature. Gives you some insight into yourself and how you view nature and your relationship with it. So I encourage you to try that for fun. If there are any questions or comments, I'm happy to. We got a couple minutes before the next group. Yep.
Is there a mode that comes most naturally to you of all the modes?
Well, I have to say the most natural mode is probably nature as a victim. As a environmentalist and a conservationist, I'm constantly confronted with those. I've written quite a few climate change poems, but I also, but not entirely. You know, I also write celebratory poems and poems about the beauty of nature. So those, I would say, those are the two, the two modes. But unfortunately, victimization is kind of hard for me to ignore. So I do write about that.
I haven't been following lately, but what's the situation now with the barred owls?
The barred owl plan was approved. It's going forward. We don't really know how it's going to be implemented because it requires the owners of the land, including like the particular national forests and ranger districts if it's a federal property, to agree to the plan. I mean, it's not mandated. The Fish and Wildlife will provide these hunters to go out and kill the owls, but the land manager or owner has to approve that. One of the main objections I have to the plan is that, in my opinion, it's completely futile. There is an effectively infinite supply of barred owls out there on private land in the middle of town. I mean, there's probably barred owls within a few hundred yards of where we sit. They are very adaptable to urban environments. So they're going to be a continual influx. So you kill them and they're just more going to come. And so to me, it's unjustifiable. I mean, I love spotted owls. I love spotted owls. I would be devastated if they go extinct. But this is not the solution.
I have a place down on the south coast and we have barred owls. It's not real big. I only have clubmakers, something like that. And I don't want anybody to touch my owl.
Well, they won't, they can't. They can't come onto your land and shoot barred owls.
But that's not enough land to protect them from small.
Yeah, no, they would need more, but, I don't think, it'll be interesting to see how it's implemented. My feeling is it's actually probably not going to be implemented on a wide scale. What we hoped, we being conservationists, hoped when we established the Northwest Forest Plan and we started to protect old growth forests, we knew about barred owls. They were already there and they were already in competition with spotted owls, but we hoped that in those remaining beautiful, preserved, old growth patches, that because spotted owls had evolved there, they were exquisitely adapted to that environment, that they would be able to hold their own in those, that sanctuary, right? And barred owls, maybe barred owls would be out in the more open second growth forest, but they wouldn't be able to displace the spotted owls in those really classic old growth forests. Unfortunately, it has turned out not to be the case. Barred owls are just very adaptable, very aggressive, they're bigger than spotted owls. And so it is a real problem for spotted owls, but I don't think we're going to solve it by killing them.
Quick footnote, you're absolutely right. There are barred owls I've seen on this campus, or heard on this campus regularly, and it's a pair nesting in Bush Pastures Park less than half a mile away.
Okay.
Attacking people on the street.
I have a question about your poems and being a poet. In my family, as you know, Caleb is a fisheries biologist and I'm a poet, and we come at things in a different way. We're both telling a story, but his story often has to be, as he says, unbiased, because he does NEPA or something like that, but it has to kind of take who he is out of it.
Right.
Whereas a poet, all of that comes into it. But you combine both of those in your poetry. You're both the biologist that's supposed to, as they say, be unbiased, but you're also the poet who sees this in a different way and delivers your poems that seem to combine both. So I guess my question is, has that been difficult for you as a poet to bring the science in, or as a scientist to bring the poetry in, or to not bring the poetry in when, say, you're doing something like that Northwest Forest Plan, as opposed to like the poems for Cascade?
Yeah, it is a conflict. There's a great quote from the science fiction writer Isaac Asimov, and he had a PhD in biochemistry, and then he became a very successful novelist. And he made the comment at a writers' conference once that, I spent 5 years learning how to write like a scientist, and then I had to spend 10 years forgetting how to write like a scientist so I could write, artfully. There are certain things. I had this career as a forensic ornithologist of all strange things, so I was working with birds that were the victim of wildlife crime. So, often very sad things, and I still have had a hard time writing about that, actually, that aspect, because it's so close to my professional life that was, I had a hard time separating that, and also those dead animals were out of their natural context. I usually can find a way in, even with these victimization poems, if the creature is still in nature in some way, But to write about the victims of an oil spill, or to write about a wolf on a necropsy table, has been a real challenge for me. I've written those poems, but I don't think they're very good. And then the other side of it, maybe about 10 years ago now, we had the American Ornithological Society had its annual conference in Portland. And I proposed that, why don't I do a little breakout session on bird poetry? And one of the organizers was very, very supportive, so we did it. But she said that, when she talked about this to the committee, the organizing committee for the conference, about half of them were like, what? I mean, why would we, number one, is there even such a thing? And these were ornithologists, who didn't even know there was poems about birds. And then the other were just like, well, but that's not, this is scientific context. I mean, this is not, appropriate for that. But we went ahead and held it, and it was actually a real success, and there were a lot of young, like grad student types who came, and some of them brought, we said, if you write poetry, bring your poetry. If you just have a favorite poem about birds, you can invite anybody, bring that. And so it was great. But there is a scientific bias against, subjectivity, and I've had that in my environmental work, my activism as well. It's like, well, you have to just stick to the facts. You can't advocate. You have to just provide the facts and let the policymakers make the decisions and not advocate. To which I said, nope. That doesn't work. So, but it's a continuing issue for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It strikes me that you as the scientist was doing the classification here.
Yeah.
You as taxonomist.
I can't stop it. I can't turn it off. Yeah.
But one, I kept thinking, is there something that isn't quite being captured by this? And what I found myself thinking of was poetry that does not look out at nature, but sees the human as part of nature. So know nature, we are in it. And that, maybe that's a 7?
It's a mode, yeah. Well, Gary Snyder has a whole collection called No Nature, right?
Yeah,
So,
that was in my mind,
Yeah, no, thanks for that. That's a good point. Tom?
Pepper, so you have all these modes, and kind of following up on something that C. Marie brought up earlier today about the poem occasionally pulling you in a direction that you weren't really ready to go. Do you ever find yourself starting in a mode and then feeling pulled into another one as you go?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm sure I do. I'm trying to think of it. I mean, I find myself, like all of us, I know, starting in one direction and going off in another quite a bit. If I have I have, of course, many weaknesses as a poet, but if I have a particular one that I would identify about myself, it is that I'm too rational. I start with an idea. I often start with an idea. And I start like, this poem is about this, and I fight against that, but it's hard for me. I mean, my mind kind of goes that way. So some of the poems that I like the best of mine break that. But it's something I'm continually working against. So it would be better if that happened to me more, I think, if I started to write one poem and ended up with a different one. So I got to work on that. But that's the sad legacy of my scientific years. All right, I think we're out of time, but thanks everybody.
Exactly.
In my empty bowl collection, I have a poem entitled Eagle Camp. So you're going to want to check that out. Many of the modes on the snowflake are in there.
So we have Cascade Field Guide going to start in about 15 minutes, and then after that we're going to do Tom Titus and Don Latarski. So stretch your legs and come back in about 15, and we'll go again.
Right, yeah.
So, yeah.
My trustees told me that he's scouting on the street. His neighbor was throwing away and he fixed it. I support the scouting.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna walk to my car. I'll be right back.
Get out of my way.
But I sat next to, on my flight room.
Oh, goodness.
There's a sandwich next door there, next room, so
Like,
you got one, you guys want it.
I know, most people think recycling is boring. I'm a recycling man, and I've done steel recycling my whole life. Talking about it in such a beautiful way, that nobody thinks of me as a conservation. And then you wrap it to aluminum can, and then, you know, it's like plastic, it's never been before, it always has to change. Then he was talking about electric cars and how they're not recyclable. Because the battery, which is what is made up of most of them. But don't deny it, it's working there, figure it out. And I just thought how lucky I was. You know, you never know anymore. You're gonna start a conversation with someone and where you go, and then you're ready for 2 hours. You know? Yeah. And I don't love it. Somebody, you know, I just have to, they don't want them to be any more here than I am. They might be sitting. But it was just beautiful. So talking about scaffolding. He talked about how they, he works for Pacific Steel, and they take skis apart and take the metal edges out of skis and recycle them. And then the wood would be recycled. It was just, it was blowing my mind. And how really inexpensive it is to recycle those metals. Caleb and I are always concerned with the plastics we bring in, especially single-use. But where else we have the metal, you know, as a way to reverse what else can we do? Purchase. But it's great. I told them I wanted it hard because I know there's an essay in there and I want to be able to really, we got to talk about Patagonia. They never call us and talk to us about recycling. I'm not, like, call them with a mat. My brain is all about that.
You get them all? A party years ago. Worse than that. It was a Wishmark local. That was an Irish place. And he was just describing what happened when they would bring a car and crush the thing. There's this whole, like, very logical process of sorting and magnets and all this stuff, you know. I was amazed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just flattened the thing and threw it on a truck.
Anyway, to take the seats out, there's like, any sort of copper, any, you know, all of it gets so expensive. He said, we were talking about tin roofs, who's where I
It's like my favorite event.
On the nose. If not 1 minute later.
You guys are staying remarkably on it. I think most of these things like now are about a half hour long. Yes.
My grandmother made me. The longest reading you.
You tell these people before they came.
After her best friend, she really taught me. My grandfather, she made and it's also Israeli.
Usually if you're at a scientific conference, you know, people will tell you this. You get to close to the end of the time, the moderators are standing up. And they're looking at you. It's like 12 minutes.
I don't recognize Lisa, so I don't know which team is she on.
Well, I don't know, this is Lucas, I was just on Chivalrous,
I was watching Iris I recognize and I saw.
Yeah.
I mean, Louisa's so huge, I can't even believe that's.
It's bigger than Iris.
They both did so well. You know, it's like their team. So
Okay.
The person who's been presenting for 40 minutes does it like 50.
Oh, wow.
So Iris is really cool.
Yes.
Oh, I love this. Yeah, great.
Lucas loves cheese. Even though they're lactose intolerant.
So Louisa was the final jam.
Oh, yeah.
She got a penalty just in
But after his
the previous jam, so so new and shaky on their she was
Nice to see you.
some of them are
remember my name. I will reintroduce myself every time. But it's fine. That's right. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, better not let me down.
Yes. I'll go check it.
Oh, sure, yeah. that'd be
I'll
great.
cut off the feed troughs.
All right.
Yeah, a lot, it's over. Come on,
Oh my gosh. Pretty rough. Pretty rough right there.
you guys are doing a great job.
I think we need to just speed that food truck up because I don't want to take that food back.
So if you guys want to really disrupt and warm someone up there, just yell for Siri. That's what I'm talking about, one of that. Just happen to. Can she sing?
Just be glad that's not your name.
I need a haiku.
All right. Super. Okay. You got it. Stand down.
Pepper was just finishing a transaction so that 3 more people can come to the.
Sure. You don't want to stand in the way of commerce.
Not poetry commerce.
There's not much
It
of it.
happens to like soar through the room.
Exactly.
We don't unplug the computer, is that picture okay?
It's no evil can.
It's all right.
Are we good? All right then. I got the go sign, so we're gonna go. Welcome back. We're gonna have 3 readers from the Oregon Field Guide. And the Cascadia Field Guide. You can tell it's getting later in the day, and this is my only thing I have to do. Never mind. Cascadia Field Guide. And so the 3 readers that we're going to have are Charles Goodrich, Jennifer Perrine, and Lex Runciman. And we've already introduced Jennifer, so we're going to introduce Charles and Lex. Charles Goodrich worked for 25 years as a professional gardener, then directed the Spring Creek Project at Oregon State University. He is the author of 4 volumes of poetry, Watering the Rhubarb, A Scripture of Crows, Going to Seed, Dispatches from the Garden, and Insects of South Corvallis. The book of narrative essays, The Practice of Home, and a novel, Weave Me a Crooked Basket. He writes and gardens near the confluence of Mary's and Willamette Rivers in Corvallis. And Lex Runciman has published 7 poetry collections, including The Admirations, which won the Oregon Book Award, The Unlooked For, from Salem Poetry, His poem Green leads off the Willamette Valley section of Cascadia Field Guide. And his We Are All God's Poems has recently appeared in the anthology of the same name from Unsolicited Press. New volume, Light in the Evergreens, is forthcoming in 2026 from Cornerstone Press. He lives in Portland, Oregon. So we're going to go ahead and start off with Charles.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Jennifer, so much. What a great day. I'm going to plunge right in. This is called The Intelligence of the Sparrow. Sagebrush can waft volatile chemicals from their leaves to warn their brethren of danger. Neurons dispersed throughout the bodies of octopuses enable brain-like activity in their tentacles and suckers. Spruce trees can use the fungal mycelia sheathing their roots to share food and news with their neighbors. The closer we look, the more we see how intelligent plants and animals are. Except perhaps this sparrow, pecking repeatedly at the dining room window, mistaking his reflection for a competitor. Or the oil executive jetting into Abu Dhabi to negotiate another drilling lease. So we are reading to celebrate this fantastic anthology at Cascadia Field Guide, Art, Ecology, and Poetry. I hope you all own a copy and have given copies to your friends and family. Terrific concept, including natural history and art and literature to celebrate the creatures, plants, and animals, and feature the landscape that we share Cascadia with, and of which C. Marie was one of the three editors. A great work of love, a huge effort on him. Really much appreciated. I love Pepper's taxonomy of nature poems, and I particularly appreciated Eleanor's comment that maybe there's another category for a non-dualistic way of appreciating nature. Membership was the word that came to my mind, the word that Wendell Berry used, membership in nature. So I'm going to read some poems about my efforts to be a member in equal standing with the rest of nature. Many of them from the point of view of the gardener, in which Pepper's first category was the garden, but that was a garden kind of looked at as a human creation. I experienced gardening from in the dirt. I'm one of the creatures in the garden. So this is a poem called The Writhing. Poor gardener, it's after midnight, you're dirt tired and teetering on the shovel edge of sleep, when the writhing, omnivorous insects, cutworms and wireworms, root weevils and symphylans eat you awake. Wriggling through your mind as you toss in bed, those real-world monsters with armor-plated faces, bristling antennae, and ratchet-like mandibles devour your seedlings, roots, and leaves. You will get no rest unless you remember your allies, those predatory arthropods and beneficial nematodes who stalk plant eaters pierce their thoraxes, and lay their eggs in the parasitized carcasses. Picturing that underworld carnage calms you. You can see how the dead and dismembered enliven your soil. With a ragged sigh, you roll to your side and sink down into a rough, wild sleep. This is my poem that was included in the Cascadia Field Guide. I was offered the opportunity to write about the Sitka willow, Salem sitchensis, with which I have a bit of a complicated relationship, as you'll see. This is a poem that tries to give a nod to the overwhelming fecundity of nature. It's called Bellies Full of Sand. They'll thwack you in the face and thicket your path. But I've always admired willows, stitching riverbanks together, straining floodwaters, leaning lithely over the current. Until one summer, beside the Willamette, while my small son waded in an eddy, I noticed a young gravel bar just risen up out of the water, and the willows were on it already, like vultures on a carcass, snaking their roots into the sand, sucking minerals from the cobbles. We've got to go, I told my son. He shook his head, waded deeper. I tugged him out of the water and carried him unhappily home. Because I'd under-imagined willows, so brilliantly ambitious, colonizing every fresh island, voraciously filling their bellies, propelled by the urge to turn sand into leaves, enamored of the sun, indifferent to us. There's a couple of the creatures that I share my neighborhood with, and somewhat reluctantly, my garden. If you are familiar with raccoons, if they're coming into your backyard, you'll know that they have very tiny toilet habits. They defecate in one place to impressive results. So this poem is called Reciprocity. At dusk, a mother raccoon skulks along the edge of the garden with a pair of kits in tow. They're the thieves who've been digging up my seedlings to get at the fish meal fertilizer buried beneath. Hey, I see you, I shout, brandishing my hoe as she nonchalantly shepherds her crew into the culvert under the driveway. They've been stealing our cherries too, clambering high into the branches to gorge on ripe fruit and leaving a big pile of coon poop under the royal am. Troublesome, intelligent creatures. Every few days I walk out to the orchard and piss on their shit.
Nature is victims.
Scent marking goes both ways. And here are another, as my wife sometimes says, a new pest every day. Dangerous pest every day. This is about it. This poem's called Hounding the Deer. Thick fog breaks down in a mizzling rain. By dim afternoon, the spirit succumbs to winter's deep gloom. I'm dozing over a book when something moves outside the window, a deer. She's jumped the fence and now browses the privet and grows. It's not the old doe with the bad hip and dangling tongue, but one of her yearlings, pert black nose, liquid brown eyes, and a blaze of white fur on her chest. When she wanders off toward my winter vegetables, my hackles rise. I scamper out the back door, bark, growl, wave my arms, hound her toward the orchard gate. She swivels her ears, flicks her tail, then bounds through the garden and sprongs over the woven wire fence. And I look back inside, blood stirred, dormant nerves firing, an old dog who's earned his bone. Just one more poem, thank you so much. This is a different poem. It's an elegy. Those of you who have the pleasure of getting to do some of the household heating with wood stove know the pleasures that accompany every chore of heating with wood. This poem is called Emptying the Ashes. I want to give it out in memory to 3 Oregon poets who died in the last year. My great friend Clem Stark, and Patty Wixon, and Sarah Williams here in Salem. Emptying the Ashes. I slide the ash drawer out of the wood stove gently because dust can aggravate Kappa's asthma. Then carry it through the pre-dawn mist and pause in the quiet darkness, savoring the fragrance of leaf mold and rotted fruit. From the bamboo thicket along the fence, a timid sparrow gives a hesitant trill. I think of friends who are sick, or dying, or already gone. Then scatter the ashes under the apple and pear trees and over the empty beds in the garden. This isn't a prayer or a ritual. It doesn't coincide with the passage of the seasons or the birth or death of any known saint. It's just a chore that needs tending to several times each winter when the ashes pile up on the grate. Jennifer's up next, right?
Thanks, Charles. I was remarking earlier to see Marie how much I love getting to be part of Cascadia readings, because I think being with other poets who write about the beings that we live among and getting to be in community with all the people who care about that writing and that art is always such a lovely thing. So I'm grateful to get to read with Charles and Lex today. I'm going to start with the poem of mine that's in the field guide. When Liz Bradfield reached out to me a few years ago to invite me to be part of this, she asked, do you have any poems that you've already written about beings from the Cascadia region? And I said, yes, I have this love poem for nutria. I have this love poem for turkey vulture. And she very politely was like, I don't know if that's what we're looking for. And suggested maybe I should write a new poem about a being who felt like I had a connection to, and that also felt really connected to how I think about this region. And that being for me was beargrass, which I had encountered many times since I first moved to Oregon about 9 years ago. I'd encountered it many times before I recognized who it was, because I finally encountered a field of it in bloom, and so finally really saw it for the first time. So that's what I choose to write about. And I'm going to read some of the prose that accompanies the poem. If you haven't read the field guide, please do. But if you haven't read it, each poem is accompanied both by artwork and by prose that I did not write. I believe the editors wrote it. And I think it's one of the best parts of the book. So this is the prose, or some of the prose about beargrass. Beargrass is the raciest plant in the montane community. Showy, certainly, with tall white stalks streaking into the summer sky, but also exquisitely feminine. Many have said that to look down at blooming beargrass is to see a white breast and nipple. Seems apropos. This being, with a once-in-a-lifetime bloom stalk that holds up to 400 small milky flowers, feeds hundreds of forest insects, even though they only bloom for a mere 5 or so days. Perhaps beargrass should also be called mothergrass, as mothering is an obvious trait of this being. Beargrass is not an actual grass, but in fact a type of lily. The leaves are fodder for bighorn sheep, deer, elk, and mountain goat. And though this being has been given many names, from soapgrass to basket grass, to describe their many uses, the favorite moniker of the montane remains beargrass, for brown bear has been known to bring these leaves into their winter dens. This is my poem, Forgive Me. How many times did I see your arching fountains of olive blades before I knew your name? Even then, how long did it take before I recognized what a mistake it is to describe you with words given to us by men on an expedition who saw only your resemblance to their experience? They had not learned enough to know your tufts were not grass at all. How often had I witnessed you in this form, tussocks tenacious enough to endure drought and frost, before I found myself struck by luck, a whole meadow of your many bodies, tall stalks rising into clusters of cream flowers, blooming from the bottom up. Even now, I cannot detail each way I perceive you. Pale breasts with tightly budded nipples, mounds of marshmallow fluff, cotton swabs, fields of froth, fireworks fizzling as they burst, haute couture of delicate lacework. Each likeness falls short, does not praise how you're the first to arrive after fire, how your rhizomes survive mudslides to sprout bounties of green shoots, how you wait years for just the right amount of rain to blossom, to adorn some unsuspecting clearing with your brash display. How often will I pass through the same stretch and never again catch, no, be caught by such exuberance? I still come across your seas of verdant puffs, let them brush my knees. Now I call you quip-quip, a term whose exact sense I can't trace, but on its face suggests the joke's on me, wishing for what's past, stumbling on wonder once, and believing I can make it last. I spoke and read a couple other poems by other writers that are in this book. And this one is a poem that's very dear to me, as you might have been able to tell because of the fact that I wrote poems where I expressed my adoration for nutria and turkey vultures. I am the kind of person who loves a maligned creature and loves to recognize the beauty in it that maybe our language or our utility of it maybe hasn't always perceived. So this poem is about Devil's Club, which for a long time I had only encountered as its prickly, painful self. So I'll read a little bit from the prose for that before I read the poem. Devil's Club. O sunshielder with wide, flat, verdant, maple-shaped leaves ready to patter loud in rain. O bright, late-season cones of red berries, treat on a stalk for brown bear. You grow shin-high to arm stretch above. In fall, your yellowing leaves bring sun into the understory. And your spring blossoms, a cone of delicate, tiny white-green flowers. Guider of paths with your thorns, which break off and nudge into human skin. How many plants have visible prickers, not just on their stems, but all along the undersides of their leaves? You're amazing. In rainforest light, your delicate pale barbs glow, and you're found in the wild and only in the wild. You resist cultivation. This member of the ginseng family is known by many native people throughout Cascadia as a potent healer, and as such is a sacred being. It's the inner bark, not the roots of Devil's Club, that holds most healing properties for tuberculosis, arthritis, diabetes, rheumatism, and more. And I'll pause there to say part of the change in my relationship with Devil's Club came out of this really wonderful experience that I've had the opportunity to have. I've been working with the Parks and Nature Department in Portland for just a little over a year now, and one of my colleagues taught me about Devil's Club, taught me about this particular use of it as medicine, and showed me the process to sort of make it into salve to use for myself and to give as gifts to others. And that really changed how I understood Devil's Club. So this is the poem written by Claudia Castro Luna. The taxonomical name for Devil's Club is Oplopanix floridus, which means horrible healing weapon, which I mean I kind of love. But she's titled her poem Oplopanix splendorous. Once upon a time, an intelligence disguised as seed on an ancient forest floor descended and rose up as a mighty bristled creature with mighty healing prowess. To think of the human who, long ago communing with bird, with fog, and verdant woods, first saw past thorn and spike, from root to red fruit, by way of leaf and bark, and thus the plant's wisdom apprehended. Or to think of the outsider who saw on the large leaves nothing more than his fears reflected, and named it Devil's Club. To think now of she, the mystery flowing through her, generous and splendid, and humbly ask what name she calls herself. I think I'll read just one more in honor of the companions who we had here with us most of the day today. This is Bald Eagle. And here's a bit of the prose about Bald Eagle. Did you know that once there was a bald eagle nest every mile along the Chesapeake Bay shoreline? That in the central plains of the United States, bald eagle followed buffalo's herds, taking advantage of what indigenous hunters left behind. Bounties and the devastation of DDT reduced their number, but with protection, bald eagle is coming back across North America. Cascadia, where they have had a stronghold thanks to salmon and lower pesticide use, is no exception. Bald eagle, who takes about 4 years to reach adult plumage, has larger wings as a juvenile than they will as an adult, because their wing feathers are longer to compensate for their lack of experience and skill. That, plus their brown mottled plumage, causes them to be often confused with golden eagle. Bald eagle can travel tremendous distances, and in Cascadia, most migrate southward in fall, following food sources. This large raptor, with a wingspan of an NBA basketball player and weighing about as much as a gallon of paint, lives about 20 years, has long-term pair bonds, and returns to the same nest year after year, adding to the structure as part of their courtship ritual. This can really add up. One nature center compares bald eagle's nest to the size of a VW bug. Look for golf balls high in the evergreens along Cascadian shores. You'll hopefully spot bald eagle perched and watching. So this is Raymond Carver's Eagles. It was a 16-inch lingcod that the eagle dropped near our feet at the top of Bagley Creek Canyon at the edge of the green woods. Puncture marks in the sides of the fish where the bird gripped with its talons. That and a piece torn out of the fish's back. Like an old painting recalled or an ancient memory coming back, that eagle flew with the fish from the Strait of Juan de Fuca up the canyon to where the woods begin, and we stood watching. It lost the fish above our heads, dropped for it, missed it, and soared on over the valley where wind beats all day. We watched it keep going until it was a speck, then gone. I picked up the fish, that miraculous lingcod, came home from the walk and, why the hell not, cooked it lightly in oil and ate it with boiled potatoes and peas and biscuits. Over dinner, talking about eagles and an older, fiercer order of things.
Gosh, it's so nice to see all your faces. The original and abiding genius of this book becomes clear as you read it. And people have already remarked on this, because it combines description, history, both natural and human, geography, and artistic interpretation, visual and poetic. In doing so, this book makes its own ecology. This poem opens the section on the Willamette Valley. Green. Lebanon to Hebo, Iron Mountain to Mary's Peak, over the rumpled sheet of this valley color begins. Rows of Nootka roses, white petals of blackberries, mountain ash, camas blue and red currant red, to make the brown dirt the Cillian of plowed fields, browner, not flat but fertile, the nativity of color. And by late spring in this valley, what the world wants in its visible way to say before it goes torrid, limp, and drought-weary, the message I miss in distraction every year is green. Green of marshes shrinking, duck feathers, the iridescent greens, the slick sheen of the tops of cottonwood leaves, and the matte silver of their undersides as they semaphore on and off in wind, black and pewter in moonlight. Yellow-green of willows, alders, the sterner iron of oak leaves, and the pliable flags of maples. Black firs, their new tassels, the outsides and the insides. New wheat or foxglove, vanilla leaf, whatever it means, grand fir or red cedar, whatever it means, is green, whatever it means. So I think we can all agree when I say this. The sense of a vivid and conjured reality must be one of the foremost pleasures of reading. You go somewhere else. You go to a different time and a different place. You live in somebody else's imagination. Even so, the contemporary can often intrude. Sometimes not even Emily Dickinson's words can do more than offer a backdoor to contemporary injustice. Dickinson lived most of her life in her family's two-story house in Amherst, Massachusetts. This poem is titled Amherst. I read a sunny afternoon, window raised, a quiet Amherst room, Emily Dickinson's, hers, upstairs, where once she wrote, "My business is to love," and where she thought death kindly stopped. And though I know the grieved are many, yet a wild, fierce presence lives, a welcome to any flower, bird, or bee, and so to any fellow human, a promise of all the intricate moves of justice. To Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, Trayvon Martin and Sandra Bland, to Ahmaud Arbery and Dominique Fells, Philando Castile and Elijah McClain, these and too many more, and Emmett Till, killed when I was 4. This is called Great Freedom. What if, in the great freedom of what if, we imagine a white moth in a May breeze as it pivots and floats, liberal over a bush of tiny white flowerings, over many iris in dark inviting colors. And what the hell, say the hungry are fed, the houseless housed, war over, immigrants settled, work for home and dream, payment enough even for when winter comes. You look at me and take my hand, pleased to see my surprise you still want to. Griefs, sure, and angers, and clamoring for revenge, yet here is breath. This hour, even the turkey vultures soar and glide, rather than pull at tendon and muscle. They did that already, all day yesterday. One more. Back in the prior century, I was a younger person and had the opportunity at Oregon State University to shepherd a fellow named Cheswa Miwosh around campus all day. And as somebody who grew up, facing the questions surrounding the Vietnam War, I wanted to ask him to read a poem, and he begrudgingly agreed. And I want to read it now. This was written in Berkeley in 1968, which, for those of you who weren't alive in 1968, the Vietnam War was raging. And one of the things that the university where I went, one of the things we did was read names of the dead. It took about 7 hours at that point, it seems to me. And you got an hour at a time, or a half an hour at a time, not more than that. Anyway, This was written in Berkeley in 1968. It's by Chejwal Gilroy, and it's called Incantation. So it wants to make true what it says. Human reason is beautiful and invincible. No bars, no barbed wire, nor pulping of books. No sentence of banishment can prevail against it. It establishes the universal ideas in language and guides our hands so we write truth with a capital T and justice with a capital J, capital letters, with lie and oppression in small. It puts what should be above things as they are. It is an enemy of despair and a friend of hope. It does not know Jew from Greek or slave from master, giving us the estate of the world to manage. It saves austere and transparent phrases from the filthy discord of tortured words. It says that everything is new under the sun, opens the congealed fist of the past. Beautiful and very young are philosophia and poetry, her ally in the service of the good. As late as yesterday, nature celebrated their birth. The news was brought to the mountains by a unicorn and an echo. Their friendship will be glorious. Their time has no limit. Their enemies have delivered themselves to destruction.
Right. Thank you, Charles, and thank you, Lex, and thank you, Jennifer. The Cascade Field Guide is available at PALS and probably at Amazon and other places. So if you don't have one, pick one up. Next up, we have Tom Titus and Dan Lepresti. And as soon as they're set up, we're going to go ahead and go. So feel free to stretch your legs, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Probably right here. Yeah. Right there is good. Yeah, I'm gonna stay with these. Francis. Perfect. Yeah. Well, how about there? Yeah, that's fine. We can, you know, Yeah, I was just like, were you struggling? Not much, but a little bit. A little bit. You got a little more juice.
What do you, how you feeling about that, Don? What do you think? Is that okay? What do you think? If I'm eating that thing? Does it pop my peas?
Have a good night. And August, just like a bunch of pop pictures of them when we go
Yeah, I guess so. All right. There might be one in there.
Thinking right about maybe. What do you think, Emily? Is that going to work? Enough volume? What do you think about the volume? More? Is that okay?
Show must go on.
It matters.
Just send it to you. You could, but don't do it. You bet. Got one job.
This comes down here somewhere?
What is it?
Oh, maybe it's not yours.
No, that's just somebody.
Oh. There. I'm going to grab a seat.
Or maybe I will. I will make any copies.
Thank you. No. It's about
So there were mallards.
You gonna want this? Yeah, I'll just do like an intro or whatever. Maybe not. I don't sit.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of light at 6:30. Yeah.
We can probably, is it okay if we bring the lights up?
We're not projecting anything anymore.
I'm with you, brother.
Well, at least if we're not strung out, they were trying to track that and get them strung out like this. That's the red button is not.
We start heading for the ground.
Really, exactly.
We still have time. Wow, we're like ahead of schedule. Isn't that crazy?
Well, it's all set up now. I have a speech worked out.
You can't get rid of your
You get set up.
No family for you, Tom. It's all business.
I got what he needed the buttons. your CDs?
Yeah, I think that's in my bag.
You want the mic?
Is there anybody here that was not here for Scenery's workshop that would like the packet?
Mine are still in order. I haven't looked at them since you and I got together. It was probably good. Keep it fresh. It's scary. It's scary. It's good to be scared.
Here we go. All right. It's going to happen here in just a second. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to be introducing our final presenters this afternoon. But before I do that, I just want to say that thank you all for staying. You know, it was a little bit like, okay, so we'll see if anybody's here left when Tom starts doing his thing. So.
Man, that's rough.
Sometimes this, this end position can be a tough one. Only your parents are here. So, we have two people. Tom Titus is going to be reading. Tom is a biologist, forager, father, grandfather, and free-range philosopher who writes at the messy interface of human experience and from the natural world. His recent collections are Palindrome, Grateful Reflections from the Home Ground, and Dancing with an Apocalypse. Tom's writing is inspired by raven talk, salmon thrash, salamander wriggle, storm song and old trees, and healing his crumbling house in the Oregon Coast Range. He blogs at Words on the Nature of Life. And accompanying Tom, we have Don Latarsky. And Don began studying guitar in 1963 at the age of 10.
That's right. So far, so good.
Thanks, Don. I'm glad that you're here because I might start freestyling on these things.
Good. Go for it.
He has released 17 albums / CDs of his own compositions and was head of guitar studies at the University of Oregon for 33 years. His explorations on guitar resulted in 21 different instruction books. He spends his waking hours composing, recording in his home studio, exploring intimate nature with his camera, walking and riding motorcycles. Latarsky is currently a recording artist with Heart Dance Records. So here is Don Latarsky and Tom Titus.
Sunlight shattered the wide-eyed midsummer sky beyond the laboratory window. I badly needed a dose of honest-to-God sunlight to offset the tinny fluorescence illuminating the genetics lab where I squint away my daylight hours. Slamming through a side door of the biology complex, clearly marked emergency exit, I crossed the street to the student union and ordered a full-size submarine sandwich with spinach and tomatoes and olives and pickles and that goopy pink chipotle sauce. Emerging into the broad arms of early afternoon, I headed for a bench in a courtyard outside my building, looking for a little space, a little peace, a little quiet. Instead, all hell broke loose. There wasn't anything spectacular about this peculiar version of hell. The street was getting a facelift. The surgical tool of the moment was a jackhammer. The clatter of asphalt crumpling into black cracker jacks pierced my thin shield of fortitude, punched into my core, and began chiseling away at my personal bedrock. Clutching my unwrapped sandwich, I fled, strewing small pieces of my soul behind. The campus crows would come in and gobble up the bits of me, and I would become a new-time Hansel with no hope of return. I power walked past tall brick buildings and several empty benches that were too close to the jackhammers to serve as refuge. The construction noise was fading when I emerged beside the broad and busy thoroughfare of Franklin Boulevard. The sunny hideaway beckoned beyond 6 lanes of cars and trucks hell-bent on converting my grandchildren's petroleum inheritance into an exhaust-spewing roar. I teetered at the edge of this noisy maw. A small gap in the traffic opened like a ruptured eardrum, and I darted through like a deer mouse caught in the dazzling vastness of daylight. Immediately beyond the street, a short footbridge spanned a canal that flowed in placid neglect, walled in by blackberry brambles. A few finger-length fish twitched past a drowned bicycle, resting quietly on the muddy bottom, maybe wondering how they had come to live in such dishonorable circumstances. Just beyond the footbridge was a brick plaza the size of a living room. I propped myself against the concrete backrest of a bench and began to unwrap that submarine sandwich. But the bedlam from Franklin Boulevard wrapped around me like a noisy octopus enveloping a crab, chewing away at my center. I rewrapped the sandwich and fled further along the bike path, ever more desperate for that place with a little space, peace, a little quiet. The path arrowed past a shady research park, rife with straight edges. Tidy brick buildings, picnic tables on rectangular concrete paths, and manicured lawns ripe with the smell of mowed grass. A tranquil scene of right angles, vertical, horizontal, all perpendicular and well-ordered and intensely respectable. I didn't even stop.
route ducked through an underpass beneath the railroad tracks. A dirt road exiting the asphalt on my right was blocked by an iron gate sporting a "No Trespassing" sign. I slowed down long enough to mutter, "Fuck you," and ducked through. This place, roughshod with weeds, wild grasses, and blackberries growing in tangled shelters for the other than human beings. Traffic noise dimmed. In a sunny spot behind a bramble pile, I planted my exiled ass on a cast-off piece of railroad tie, smelling of black creosote. Began to peel the crinkly wrapper off my rapidly warming sandwich. Food poisoning be damned. Finally, I began to relax. A train roared in. A full-on fucking freight train with 7 engines that pushed and pulled a jillion flatbed cars stacked with the blonde 2x4 remains of a forest now destined for a 2x4 store near you. Each clattering stack of lumber seemed to be striving for liberation from an ignominious straight-line existence of enforced following. I understood their predicament. The head-banging calamity of their struggle was unbearable. I kept traveling, trying to protect the meager remains of my noise-shattered soul and that godforsaken submarine sandwich. The riverbank was my last chance. In desperation, I ducked into a narrow trail forged through an otherwise impenetrable mountain of blackberry vines. The path dropped over a precipice of large rocks piled by people who strove to shackle the innate tendencies of free-flowing water. The Willamette was once a magnificent network of ever-changing channels lacing the valley floor. Home to Calapooya people fully integrated into the seasonal flood and flow. But new people came, dammed, ditched, diked the river, and now the current chases itself in yet another ignominious straight-line existence of enforced following. I picked my way to the foot of the rocky revetment. A narrow band of respite stretched between lapping water and drooping alder. And here I cowered like a panting fox running from the baying hounds of the built world. Ooh! What the hell? I thought you just played guitar.
The baying hounds.
Well, now that you've gone all Baskerville on me, I've kind of lost my place. Whispering current, goose talk, trilling frogs, the soft click of pebbles made by salmon swishing nests in spawning gravel. Like me, rock was on the lam, but for eons rather than only an hour. I unwrapped my beat-up sandwich, unwrapped the gauze protecting my innermost insides, exposed brittle anxiety to the softening wash of the river song rising from a gentle current. a little peace, a little quiet. And the murmuring memory of a stone. That's a piece called On the Lamb, otherwise known as the sandwich piece. So it's a little known fact that when I was 19, all I wanted to do for the rest of my life was play jazz trombone.
We have a young that explains a lot.
And so I didn't do that. I had a career in genetics. I fell in love with salamanders. I got a PhD in salamanders, for God's sakes. And it happened to be evolutionary genetics. So, and I started writing, and then I met Don, and I realized this guy's got the jazz piece covered for me, right? And so I say I write at the messy interface of human experience in the natural world. I also write at the messy interface of science and art. I write at the, and now I've drugged Don into this, and we're writing at the messy interface of music and spoken word. And there's so many messy interfaces that the obvious conclusion is that I at least am a mess. I mean, and I love it. Don did the right thing. He kept playing his guitar. It's a piece called Black in Third Person. It's interesting what C. Marie was saying earlier today about keeping our people at arm's length a little bit. And this one was originally written in first person, and I switched it out to third person. And I didn't realize why until I heard you say that this morning. Black in third person. He arrived at the cabin in late afternoon in the season when afternoons flicker and die like winter midges. All that remained of that hottest, driest summer were blackened tomato plants sagging in their rusty cages, and moldering corn stalks twined with brittle bean vines. Dead plants were stacked across the garden beds in a pyre of decomposition that would feed and nurture new life in the spring. At dusk, the storm crouched just off the coast, a beast with humid breath flooding eastward across darkening canyons and ridges. Stalking rain tasted like the acrid seep of a lead fishing weight squeezed between his teeth. Ragged clouds sailed in the dying light. Battleship wraiths strewn across the western sky. Why had they come, these vaporous shadows of war? Were they running from a fight lost long ago? Or were they harbingers of a new war, sailing toward the prospect of new blood? He willed them back toward the steel heave of the Pacific Ocean, but the storm was strong, indifferent to his existence. Darkness engulfed the front porch. There were no street lights, house lights, headlights, holiday lights, only a trifling bubble of brightness from his headlamp kept him from drowning in astronomical events utterly beyond his control. Raindrops ticked against the pickup. He wrote in black ink in his black journal in black night stirred by a black breeze sighing through ancient trees on the ridge. He wrote, hoping this crushing blackness would squeeze some essence from him that had been diluted by an overly busy autumn. Finally, he flinched. Wind and darkness and solitude quickly overwhelmed the small glow of the headlamp, overwhelmed the small glow of his spirit. He packed his journal and shards of the broken bulb of his soul. Inside the house, he switched off the headlamp, hung it from a nail, fumbled for the house keys, locked the door by braille. Fists of rain pummeled the pickup as he drove up the road to Martha and Jerry's. Their kitchen was happy and warm with dinner. Together they drank wine, listened to the pounding rain. And when he left their house, the storm began to gather him in. He looked back. Light from the kitchen window pushed gently against his face. A smile cracked the darkness. Black in third person. I needed to say, and I should have said it before I read that piece, that Jerry and Martha are gone now. Jerry left us some years ago, and we just lost Martha. So it's in honor of them. Martha once pushed back from the computer when she was helping me with a poem. And she looked at me and she said, if I hear you take the mic one more damn time and tell people that you're not a poet, I'm gonna have a fit. No matter how many times I think it, by God, don't say it. I'm going to miss her. Shedding. I'm rolling south Saginaw on Interstate 5 and an unusually late start for the Johnny Gunter cabin. An angry, sleepless night has left me stretched thin, tired. The weather, it's changing. Blackberry-tinged sunset sags over the western ridge. Wildfire smoke, incoming clouds churn together, becoming a pearlescent oyster shell that arches over toasted rectangles of ryegrass and pasture stretching toward the darkening foothills. I say it exhausted. I say it knowing carcinogenic bits of burned tree carbon have infiltrated my eyes and lungs. I say it aloud, flying along this flat 65-mile-per-hour car-ridden crayon line of 4-lane asphalt. I say that I'm living in the most beautiful place in the world. Headlights tunnel up the driveway to the cabin, boring into shadows of Douglas fir and salal. Unlock the old house. take a few things inside, then turn off all the lights. I suppose I should park myself on the porch in a lotus position, palms upturned, taking deep meditative breaths. Instead, I sit in a cast-off lawn chair, legs stretched outward into blackness. A bourbon bottle balances on a stack of cinder blocks to my right. I take a pull, hope the whiskey burn will somehow disinfect my soul. Occasionally this has worked. Darkness presses over my skin that has become too tight, my skin that is making me itchy and irritable. God, if only I could shed this thing. I sip, scratch and squirm and sip some more. An onshore breeze blows in from the west, rippling over the ridges of my face. The weather, it's changing. Morning, it's cloaked in heavy mist. Through the doorway, I watch a doe browse at the edge of the mown meadow. Head and legs light and quick. She's the color of desiccated grass, the color of a cougar. She chews a few brown stems of cut knapweed and for no apparent reason leaps from the ground, jumping quickly to one side, maybe just for the joy of eating wet brown knapweed at the shriveled end of summer. Above the old forest, a blue sky crack drifts casually toward the sun. Flat spider webs litter the yard like somber tossed out plates. Every one with a tunnel that disappears into the eternity of a bowl hole. Gray light transforms into silver. Spider plates glisten, each sequined with 1,000 tiny droplets of captured mist. The weather has changed. My skin does not itch. So this is a piece, it's written for my dad. Dad was born on Snake River just upstream from Hell's Canyon. And the home place has been flooded by Hell's Canyon Dam. So I grew up going into the mountains above Hell's Canyon to a place called Seven Devils. There's a wilderness area there and a lake that we go to. And I'm getting ready to take my grandsons there this summer. I'm really excited about it. So there's another lake, way back country, timberline, hard country. When the elk trails are better than the people trails, you're in hard country. This is called Sift. Ashes are lighter than love. Your sons and grandchildren swept them across 5 rugged miles to this 4-acre jewel of clarity held in the lap of granite crags, lofty prayer circle of shadowy spires shouldering chittering falcons. Fingers of wind reach down, ripple mirrored knuckles tap gently at our lonely void, fall silent. Ashes are darker than tufts of snowy goat hair snagged on stunted spruce, quieter than rock clatter kicked down by black hooves. Your gray drift sifts and shifts against itself. Ashes are grittier than the shiny old photo. You, with your father standing on granite, slipping away into dark water. Pale fingers of trout dangling between you. Spruce lining lake's edge, 8 decades shorter. Ashes are drier than my tears. Salt rain dimpling the film view that spreads across the surface like that wildfire haze in the east. Bits of bone, denser than water, brighter than submerged rock, glitter upward like scales of large trout stalking grasshoppers in the shallows. Ashes become trout. We catch 3 for breakfast, fry sheets of white flesh with potatoes and onions, eat atop that gray granite shoulder stooping into transparent water, into time. Fish become bone. You become. Made it through. I've read that one a lot of times, and it's still a close call. Okay. What do you think, man? Rumble of darkness. Somewhere in the dark space between my diaphragm and liver lives a wild thing. He loves to run. He's getting a little old and thin around the edges, but sometimes he still loves to run hard. So, on Tuesdays, I open the gate and turn him loose. He and I run free and headlong for no reason other than the sheer animal joy of unfettered movement, open pores, and long muscles relaxed by exhaustion. We plod back to the gym on a well-used path that wriggles in right-angle turns through a shady cemetery. A trail respectful of graves and those who no longer run. We juxtapose our loping body above the dead. We feel very alive. My Tuesday trips through this graveyard are brief and superficial, at least for the time being. And here on the daylight side of the dirt, I am unaccustomed to visits by the dead. I'm especially unaccustomed to seeing these particular dead. They're too damn smart to die by the usual means. Cars, cats, windows, power lines, and bird-snatching hawks. But here he was, a sprawl of wet black feathers, still shiny even in the subdued light beneath big Douglas firs. A crow, dead as a dark stone. I want to believe this crow didn't die alone. I like the idea that his buddies were with him, high in the fir limbs, all of them hunched against a January storm. When the wet wind became too much, his nictitating membranes slid like gray shades over each bronze eye. Blackness enveloped blackness. Ebony feet relaxed, relinquishing the branch to winter. His lifeless body landed with a muffled plop in needle duff, right wing outstretched, head cocked, left side dirt down, dark beak closed forever. When I was young, I stalked a flock of crows from the cottonwoods along the river bottom. Dark birds scattered like basalt cobbles across corn stubble. I remember the feral surge of joy from the airborne crumple of dusky feathers meeting birdshot. There must be 100 reasons to hate these big brain wise ass eaters of songbird nestlings and basking garter snakes, raucous hawk mobbers, stealers of unguarded submarine sandwiches. But I'm done with that. My self-righteous bloodlust is evaporated, partly with age, partly with bookish knowledge. Crows are just too damn smart. You know what I mean? Now, I'm a funny old guy with skin wide open and oozing sweat, visiting the dead in midday dusk. I stand with reaching hand, cupped downward over this damp rumple of darkness. Maybe in a blessing, maybe catching a last wisp of life, or the cool breath of hollow bone death rising into the conifers. My tired animal and I, we jog on, grateful to be dodging headstones. In the spirit, continuing spirit of corvids, crows and ravens. I guess we all have our pandemic collection, don't we? Mine's called Dancing with an Apocalypse. And I spent a lot of time at a house in the Coast Range that was built by my great uncle in 1959, and I've inherited the place now. It's about 10 miles upstream from where my great grandfather landed on Upper Smith River, which is in Douglas County, Oregon, about 35 miles southwest of Eugene. And there are no people out there, so at least not at the house. And I spent a lot of time there during the pandemic, and I had after several months, I couldn't write. That's a pretty common story, but I finally just forced myself to start putting short pieces down. And I was posting them on Facebook, and somebody said, why don't you just put all those in one place so that we can gather it up and read it at one time? So I said, okay. So one of these pieces is out of Dancing from the Apocalypse. It's called COVID-19. You with me? I was on a different one. Oh. My mask is stuffed in the box of the pickup. I can't get any more socially and physically distant than this house in the heart of the Coast Range, somewhere inside the slosh and roil of its left ventricle. A strange north wind limbers the big trees on the ridge. They sigh with the effort, a sound of ancient wood resisting this new direction, this odd bend to their boughs. From the valley floor, Raven gives voice to the strangeness of the evening. The evening must be very strange, because Raven repeats himself. 7 short croaks. Pause. 7 more. Reprise. Raven has no human name. He isn't number 19 either. He's in the human-designated bird family Corvidae, are named for jays and crows. Corvids have big brains, count, use tools, recognize human faces, and talk a lot. Ravens even use humans as tools, and sometimes lead hunters to their quarry, hoping to feast on the offal-filled aftermath. Occasionally, I reciprocate to the ravens on behalf of humans by feeding them various animal remains. A few days back, I found a mole, dead as a gray stone in the meadow grass, expired for reasons I can never know. I placed the furry fist of her body face down on an altar of rocks at the edge of the meadow, her pink, outsized hands upturned, outstretched. In this canyon-creased world, where all things are part of an ongoing ecological conversation, everyone is either eater or eaten. Corvid sounds and looks a lot like COVID. But viruses aren't as smart as corvids. These single strands of RNA use a unidirectional machine approach, implicating themselves into our cells. Ravens entwine themselves with other species in ways that are beneficial to both parties. And who knows? Maybe after a few billion years of evolution, SARS-CoV-2 will learn the wonders of creative manipulation. Raven's nameless outpourings continue from below me. He's smart and has something to say, so I decide to strike up a conversation. We haven't talked for a while. Why don't you come on up? He moves to the firs below the garden, clucks a few times. I remain silent. The old trees on the ridge sigh again. Their cool exhalation of needles brushing against my right cheek. His blackness rises into the breeze, charcoal oars rowing against a camas-colored sky. 30 feet above me, He breaks and hovers in an airborne hunch. A croak emerges from my throat. It sounds a lot like, hello! His wings extend as if reaching toward the edge of night, and finally reverses course, whooshing back toward the valley bottom on that mysterious north wind. COVID-19. It does wind. It does wind too.
I got wind, I got dogs.
Oh, okay. Well, we're out of dogs on this set, so. Thanks for everybody for staying. We've got one more piece. I can't say enough good things about, I've been here since Thursday and I've just loved it, all the workshops. Everything that happened today was fantastic. Thank you for the Cascadia segment especially. I'm double scoop grateful for that book. I take it with me everywhere I go. It's a mess. And not only that, it paved the way in ways that you can't even know for a book that I'm doing with Emily Poole on salamanders. It's also going to be handled through Mountaineers Press, or Mountaineers Books. So thank you for all of that. That was terrific. This last piece is a quiet one, and it's a meditation. And I wanted to do it because Juniper loves it, and because it brings in salamanders and music, a little writing. Open your skin. Coastal mountains stretch along the western edge of North America like an undulating salamander. Green, moist, cool. Perch somewhere along her spine. Make yourself small, unnoticeable. Become dark and still on a winter evening when night seeps in like cold spring water. You feel the rise and fall of her breathing, slow and intermittent, barely perceptible, as though breathing were optional and she could inhale the universe through her skin, conifers covering the ridges of her ribs and vertebrae. After you become tiny and alone, let your eyes close in the easy darkness. You notice that each subtle breath of these mountains is really a summation of small breaths, inhalations of moss, sword fern, sallow, becoming larger, vine maple, yew, cascara, becoming larger, western hemlock, Douglas fir, red cedar. There are exhalations of elk, bear, deer becoming smaller. Mountain beaver, rough-skinned newt, Pacific wren becoming smaller. Centipede, millipede, longhorn beetle becoming even smaller. Protozoa and bacteria more numerous than the stars in the universe, stretching infinitely away beyond black ridges. You're very small. And maybe your inconsequential existence leaves you a little discomfited. You could pretend to be large, but this is of no real help. The vastness of the heaving mountains, the sheer weight of their being, and all the beings that reside within them, it's overwhelming. You might try to disappear. This is of no help either. Cold air on your cheeks, the smell of winter leaf rot, twitter of a screech owl from the valley bottom, even the cold seep of pain from your arthritic shoulder are reminders of your one and only existence. Recognize that you squirm for a reason. It's the illusion of your separate life. There's only one remedy for your insignificance. Take a breath. Inhale the swirl of oxygen gifted by slow-breathing conifers. Feel each molecule cling to the iron redness of your blood. Let your steamy exhalation join the vapor emanating from the moist nostrils of that pregnant doe bedded at the base of a rotting stump. This collective outward rush forms a vast pool of carbon dioxide, a reciprocal offering to the trees. Then do one more thing. Open your skin to the universe. You'll expand to the measure of your awareness. Don Latarski. I'll have to tell you the story of the vest another time. One of the disadvantages of playing with a jazz guitarist is he comes dressed to the nines half the time. It's a little intimidating. So I'll tell you now, I finally decided to up my game a little bit. And so I got my beautiful wife of 41 years to go with me because money is literally no object. We went to St. Vinny's and I got this cool vest. And what I want you to do is come by and tell me how much you love these buttons. Because she hates these buttons. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Juniper. Thank you all for staying. It's been a beautiful event.
So we're gonna wrap this up. It says I have
We'll be very
closing.
quick.
We're gonna be very quick, and we're gonna hand it over to Juniper, and then I'll say goodbye.
Thank you all for coming. There's so many people I love that are here today and the community. I wanted to thank the 11 anonymous donors, David Goodrum, Life Source, Manna Bakery, my dog Walter, Stephanie Palmblad, attorney at law. She does do estate planning. She was very generous with us. Colette Tennant, and Life Source was very generous with us. I wanted to take a minute to thank Mark as a collaborator. Scott secured this location. He's been in the background helping us with all kinds of things, printing, collaborating, helping us problem solve, all kinds of stuff. We couldn't have done it without Scott. Some people have thanked me for the lineup and some of the invitations, and I was mentioning to somebody at lunch that there were times where I told Mark I really needed to talk with him, and I said I had 15 items on my list, and I could almost hear his eyes rolling as we started the conversation. But I don't know of any real decisions that we didn't make together. And he's just such a good collaborator and instigator and community builder. And I know that we've all seen it in different ways, but I'm just so grateful to have this experience to create something with him and learn how to be a better person, you know, side by side working on this. So I wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, yes. We want to thank Sarah, too, for the book table. We thought it was just going to be at lunch, and it's kind of been woven in and out throughout the day. Thank you, Sarah.
And so, yeah, thank you, Sarah. And if you were here all day, you are hardcore. So have a good evening, everybody. We'll see you all next time.
Thanks, Mark.